Mission, trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Making a transition. Turn a mission. I'm on a mission. I'm trying to get it right. Changing the way that I see life. Transition in my life. On a mission.
Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy. Welcome to the channel. So I want to talk about the Passport Brothers, right? So the first time I ever encountered a Passport Bro in real life, it was during my Meeting of the Minds panel that I had in Dallas, Texas. And there was a proud Passport Brother in my audience. And, he was just, people were saying a lot of things on the panel. If you guys get a chance, please check out the meeting of the minds, the entire video. But and I'll post that so you guys could check the whole thing out. I'm only going to go into the part where the Passport Bro comes into play. But there's an entire video of the meeting of the minds. But there was a time, like during the actual interview, like the whole stream, right? The whole live event that we had, a guy was a proud Passport Brother, and he got some flack from people that he kind of incited the crowd, the small crowd that was there. Anyone that wants to talk mess about my little crowd that was there. But at the end of the day, it was the conversation that was important. But he was a proud Passport Brother, right? And so I'm gonna just play a little bit of what he had to say, about women, about what they were saying, and this, that, the other, and how he kind of was coming off at them. And then we're gonna go into the most recent discoveries about Passport Brothers and what is happening right now in the media. Okay, so we're having this whole Meeting of the Minds. It's a panel. People are discussing about relationships, and so this guy jumps in. Can I say something? Let's go.
Kevin, hold up for 1 minute. Go ahead,
First
brother.
thing you said when we came in was it's the man's fault that women are like this. I don't understand how no man made her break windows, how no man makes this woman a sugar lady. I don't understand how we are at fault. This is a woman's fault. This is what
It's our fault.
So what has happened is they tried to demasculate men, and because of that, they don't allow us to be men. There is no thing. I make 3 times more than my wife. I would never be like, oh, I make more than you. I'm the boss. She the boss of the house. I don't understand how these women are like this. This is what happened to me when I was about 20. I was in college. This one girl I liked. She was all that. I was in fraternity, played football, all kinds of girls, but I wanted to pursue her. And she said to me, because she said, you're a player. I said, no, I'll change for you, babe. She said, you'll never get me how you are. I'll never see you. You can't. So in order to get someone, you have to change first. A lot of y'all are talking, when I get married, you'll never find a man. What man is going to say, I want a woman who busts my windows? That just doesn't happen. So when you act like that, no, that's not a man. That's not a man. See, the problem is y'all deal with a lot of boys. And the reason y'all deal with boys is because they mama raised them and they didn't have a father in the house. Because if you have a real man, he won't have that. He's not going to deal with that type of woman.
I was gonna say they're not gonna stay around long enough.
He don't deal with that. And so these single moms are raising boys that they wouldn't even date.
Are these boys looking for their girlfriends to do the same thing?
Why did their mothers raise them? That is an individual basis for each person. Sometimes the mother pushes the man out. Sometimes the man abandons the home. But the fact is, one person raising a child typically doesn't give a child what they need. They often lack in their development, right? So I heard what you said, brother, and you're absolutely correct. We are responsible for the decisions that we make, right? So if I get upset and I react in a certain way, I can't really blame the other person, but we have to understand how dangerous, and I said that right, dangerous relationships offer us if we're not prepared for what relationships entail. Most people are not going to be honest in their commitments. And when they lie to you, when they cheat on you, it's going to break your heart. And if you're not prepared for that, you're going to respond in the worst way. And now you're going to be looked at like your character's low, but really you're hurting. And the things that we do whenever we're hurting is we destroy each other. And so a lot of our children, like my son now, he has a girlfriend. I fear for him because he potentially will get his heart broken. He may break hers. And if we don't prepare our children for breakups and heartaches and people not being honest, they're going to lose their own life or their own freedom. Because when we get our hearts broken, especially these young kids, we're doing this in our adult age, y'all. Somebody don't do us right, they lie to us, we think we have the right to hit them. Somebody cheat on us, we think we have a right to end their lives. Imagine telling somebody's mother you ended their daughter's life because she cheated on you. That's crazy. Walk away if the person's not treating you right. That's the man living in that
It
emotion.
makes more sense to walk away. But if we are emotionally invested in these relationships and people are just walking all over us, typically it brings the worst out of us. So this is why we should just walk away from people who don't know how to act. This is why you should vet people before you get in a relationship with them, right?
Thank you, Kevin. And
It's not that easy to just walk away though. Because
I'm gonna tell you this is that I don't know if you guys ever get to see this. This was a great build that we did. You know, if you get a chance, go watch the full thing. But like this week, with the conversation that was had, it was had amongst a bunch of different types of people. You had transgender, you had people in the swingers community, you had polyamorous, polygamy, you had different things, even in the, just different single, everything. And I brought on all types of walks of life to discuss relationships. But I think that it got like overlooked because I don't even know why. But I really want to go into this whole thing, this guy being a passport bro. And we're gonna go into that. Let's go.
I've been in the look.
So here's what I say: cry in the car. Okay,
That
I
don't
don't
always
care if you
work.
love them. I don't care if you love them and you still want to be with them. Sometimes you have to make the best decision for your life and your freedom, your future. So even if you care about them, sometimes you have to just leave them alone because your love for them is not going to make them act right. Your trust for them is no indication that they'll be trustworthy. It's just not. So when you watch somebody's patterns and you realize the way they're behaving is counterproductive to a harmonic relationship, if you have to cry in the car, cry in the car. Because if you stay with that person because of your emotions, they're not going to change. And that's when you spiral out and do the worst to them. You done told them 1,000 times, stop cheating on you. Now what you going to do? You catch them again. Now you're burning up. Now you're hurting something, hurting yourself. So just avoid them, leave them alone.
And there's really no justification for busting windows, but I bust the windows because I felt in that moment I was fed up. I had already been through a heartbreak off and on, 10 years off and on. You never know what a person been through, what they going through, what they feeling. And in that moment, it's like, I'm either going to do that or I'm going to do something worse.
Because
You know,
you
like-
attract what you are. I'm letting you know. That's,
I
that's
attract what I am.
You attract what you are. I came from a parents who were very argumentative. And then when I got with a female, I dated females who were argumentative. Even though I didn't want that, I had to step back and say, hold up, this isn't what I'm looking for. I'm attracting what I am. There's a reason why most women who are in domestic violence, they say, I don't want this. They leave and they get with somebody else who's the same way.
How
Exactly.
long you and your wife
You
been
were-
together?
10 years.
Good question.
I was gonna say because she's very beautiful
Thank you.
and she looked like she don't take no shit.
Yes, she do.
Just by looking at her, she looking like, look, I'm a bad ish. I can, you know.
But he looks
And-
like
and
he
I'm gonna
doesn't
say
give a
this
man.
'cause
He
I'm-
looks like
I'm
he treats her
sorry.
right.
I'm a
I mean,
passport
by the
bro.
looks of things, but
My
we
wife
don't.
from Dominican Republic. And the reason I went over there is because she's submissive.
Yo
She
soy dominicana.
You see this? I'm a passport brother. She's submissive. She's this. She's that. Please don't get distracted by hey, I'm Dominican. I'm Dominican too. Yo soy Dominicana or whatever. But he's talked about the fact that he found his wife in Dominican Republic and stuff.
She's submissive. She cooks. She does all that. That's just how it is. And what happens is, I think.
Sorry to cut you off, but I've been lately into the Dominican men myself.
Child.
I love a Dominican man. So we might be family soon, baby. Look,
But I think women nowadays
love you.
think that by being submissive, that's weak. That is the most powerful thing you can be.
But as soon as we be submissive and we let them drive the car, they crash it. And we end up having to clean up the wreck.
You do not get.
So what is like?
Do not get with a man that you cannot submit to.
Thank you.
Okay, he
Like,
must
that's-
embody all the principles of who you
that's
want your
the
son
thing.
to be. So don't submit to a man who's unworthy of that. So if you submitting to the right man, a capable man, you'll have a healthy relationship. I promise you. He will not take advantage of your femininity.
Yes, a lot of
So the whole thing is that the guy came on there, my passport bro. She's submissive. She cooks. She cleans. She does this. She does that. She's my Dominican. Shoot, you know what I'm saying? But is that the only thing that passport bros are after? Now, the more that you begin to look over what's going on in the passport brother community, you're going to see a lot of inconsistencies. Like, so are we only looking for submissiveness or are we looking for something else? And that's where we get into what's happening now in the passport brother community. The passport bro. Okay. So let's go on to what's happening now. Now, I shot that about like maybe 2.5, 3 years ago when I did the Meeting of the Minds panel. If you get a chance, I did put the link in the chat. Please check it out in the future. But right now, we want to talk about what is happening with the Passport Brothers. Let's go.
On November 14th, 2024, I released a video called YouTuber Goes Broke Clapping Cheeks. Now he's in jail. And that video was about a guy by the name of Floyd. And Floyd was a guy from Omaha, Nebraska, who was a very troubled individual. And he kept having a lot of problems. So much so, Floyd would intentionally go and bother police on purpose and then record it on YouTube.
Okay, I
Let me
guess.
tell you this, sir.
All right.
Somebody called us,
Mhm.
told us that you were messing around our police cars at the police department. We watched you on camera. You're hiding behind these cars, and we want to know what your business is around our police cars.
Can you put your weapon away, sir, please?
Boy, you don't sit your stupid ass down. Who the think you is?
Now, this channel of Floyd was called Omaha Cop Watch, ID Refusal. He would purposely do this, put all of his encounters with the police across the world on this channel. Now, in this situation, he could have lost his life, but for him, that was adrenaline. Now, for a guy who would do stuff like this just for views, imagine what kind of guy this would be in person. But the problem is that Floyd was not really successful. He was broke. I mean, if you keep going to jail all the time, then, well, you won't have no money.
He's right, you know.
When you're a guy like Floyd and you have his pitch and tonality or voice and you're not successful, well, all of a sudden, black women don't want to date you. And so Floyd decided that he would take his dysfunctional ass to the Passport Bro community. And then he would start raising money online. He would beg people for cash. He would promise to do things. And he was pretty much a scammer. He would beg for money, raise money, and he would go across the world just so that he could do this.
Tell him. So can you cook? Can you cook?
Yes, I can cook, I can clean.
Yeah, see, this is why I came to Thailand. to find a traditional woman. See, in the United States, women don't cook and clean. All they do is complain. And we don't got time for that. That's why I got my passport.
Women in the United States don't cook and clean. What are you talking about, sir? But here's the thing. Is that the same thing? All the passport brothers have the same rhetoric that women in America don't cook or clean. We just have filthy houses. We ain't cooking nothing. We ain't cleaning nothing. And we are just argumentative and non-submissive. Let's go.
And I've left the United States to come seek a wife to have a traditional relationship. So
You see, a guy like Floyd thought that going over to Thailand with other people's money and then throwing it in the faces of American women would be showing them something. Listen, I'm out here in Thailand and you chicks are missing out because I just got a free trip and now I'm clapping free cheeks and you women are not going to get a broke guy like me.
damn.
And Floyd just didn't record his wins. He also recorded his losses.
I was telling
2 horas.
Oh,
2 horas.
amiga,
2 horas.
amiga, what are you doing?
No, no. No me gritas.
I'm trying
No, ya. Mi cash. Ya. 2 horas y cash y let's go yo. No, no más.
Now, this is Floyd after clapping some cheeks, I believe, in the DR or in Colombia. And he doesn't want to pay the lady. And the lady is trying to tell him, listen, I need to get paid for my 2 hours. And he's trying to convince her to let me go to the car and get.
Man, is passport brothers prostitution? Like, what is going on here? So you got to pay the person to sleep with you. You could do prostitution anywhere. And that's the thing, is that people want to make it out to, well, they're more submissive. But people are just going overseas to be tricks, bro. Let's name it what it is. Let's go.
My stuff when really he's trying to clap without paying and leave, but she wasn't going for that. Okay, he had to pay somehow, but that didn't stop Floyd from still getting the favor of other chicks.
Has been limited. See that word, limited. And while your access account, your access is limited, you won't be able to book any new reservations. 0. I won't be able to book any new reservations. I just showed you proof.
What? Let's talk about the passport bros. Because again, you do have brothers out there who do want to meet successful women. The passport bros are a diverse community just like anybody else. You have your business class guys, you have your educated guys, you have guys who are younger, guys who are older, and not all are the same. But unfortunately, you have your J-Rellos, and then you have this guy, and they kind of fit this particular framework.
So they get their passports and they globe trot all over the world trying to find a woman vulnerable enough, desperate enough, in search of citizenship enough to take that deal. This is predatory behavior. When you're looking for a woman who wants to have access to the benefits and the perks and the rights that we have as Americans, because they don't have those rights in their country, but you're going to make her earn it. She's going to have to earn it by you making a mule out of her, expecting her to do more than you're doing.
These are the guys that don't want to take care of any women abroad or at home, and they do want to exploit ladies. And especially when you hear about countries like Brazil. Now, I've been to Brazil once. It was cool. It was definitely some beautiful ladies there. But Brazil is not a rich country. And obviously, it's a place where, things happen.
Warn brothers or men who are going just to be careful, because I know one of the reasons that many men go to Brazil is for sexual tourism. I don't promote sexual tourism.
Sexual tourism, guys. What is sexual tourism? They're going over there, not trying to find a submissive wife, but they're going over there to trick on women, okay? So that, and then they're putting under the guise of being a passport brother. You understand what I'm saying? Which is ridiculous. And you're gonna see like how bent out of shape other passportish type of brothers, red pillish kind of guys are. They're getting really pissed off about what's being like what's being uncovered by this one guy. That same guy that we had heard in the earlier video, he got busted for some wild stuff, and we're going to talk about that. Please watch to the end of the video because we're going to really break it down. But this is really crazy. Watch go.
I'm not interested in paying for intimacy, but a number of men don't see no issue with pay for play. But one just needs to be aware of there are some female, sex workers or who will put some, it's called, I think, Goodnight Cinderella, some drugs into men's drinks and take advantage of them and rob them.
Now, the brother was saying something that was pretty interesting later on in the video. He would talk about all of the men who are targeted within sexual tourism in Brazil, that a lot of the guys who are in Brazil are actually targeted in Colombia. You have the scopolamine, all of these different things. I've done stories of black men dying in Brazil after being drugged. But this story is different because our guy, Floyd, has just been arrested for doing the unthinkable. Now, Floyd Wallace Jr. was arrested. Now, I'm going to talk about what he was arrested for. It's also known that he has accumulated criminal records in more than 13 states before becoming the target of certain crimes in Brazil. These are sexual.
They just load him in the back trunk of the Jeep. Was that him? They just put him in the back trunk. That's crazy. But anyway, what I'm trying to tell y'all, see, this is where you get your STDs from. When you have a guy that's going overseas and they're going on boys trips and stuff like that, they are going over there to get prostitutes to be hooking up with them, probably raw, all that, come back overseas up to women in America, and we're not submissive, but they're still banging it out with y'all. You know what I'm saying? So y'all need to be very careful about what y'all. Okay, when he's saying he's going overseas, honey, let him go overseas and let him get his little nookie over there. Do not let him come back over here and be giving it to you, whatever the heck that he done captured and got. But let's go.
Crimes. Okay. Now, what did he do? There is a particular agency called CyberLab, and this is an agency within Brazil's Ministry of Justice, and it was sent to Rio de Janeiro Civil Police. Now, this report warned of a possible sexual exploitation of underage people by a foreign citizen in Rio. The starting point was a complaint made by a rideshare driver on December 8th, 2025. According to the report, a user identified as Terry William requested a ride to the Jacare neighborhood in Rio's North Zone. Upon arrival, the driver noticed that the passengers were two underage women. During the trip, the teenager said they're being taken to meet an older foreign man who did not speak Portuguese. They were unable to clearly explain who the man was or where they were going, leading the driver to contact the company's support service and register the case as a risk situation. Now, following the complaint, the rideshare app Uber initiated an internal investigation and identified that the same user, aka Terry William, had created and used multiple accounts under fake or third-party names. The analysis revealed a pattern of rides requested for children and adolescents, primarily girls, across different areas of Rio. In another incident, on December 18th, a ride requested by the same profile transported 4 underage girls from the Roca neighborhood into Santo Cristo into the city center. Data cross-referencing with support from Homeland Security investigations in the United States allowed authorities to identify that the user Terry William was in fact Floyd L. Wallace Jr. Now, somebody must have tipped off your boy Floyd Wallace Jr. because he understood that the block was getting hot. And so what he tried to do was to get out of there. He left Rio de Janeiro and traveled to Sao Paulo. With indications that he might flee the country, Rio police requested temporary detention, search and seizure data secrecy breach, and passport retention, all of which were authorized by the court. He was then arrested, although he resisted arrest and had to be restrained. What did they get on him? They seized 5 USB drives, 7 memory cards, 1 laptop, 5 cell phones, multiple SIM cards, stuffed animals.
What?
Stuffed animals.
Stuffed animal, a balaclava, whatever the hell that is, watches, and a watch with a hidden camera. Okay, so I want to talk about this because he's been investigated of rape of a vulnerable person and facilitating underage sexual exploitation. Now, I heard a stream, and people were talking about the fact that Brazil has the age of consent in Brazil is 14. So I wanted to know, is that just for locals? So in other words, because America requires Americans that the legal sex age in most places, I mean, you do have some states that are 16, 18. Does that mean that you can't mess with somebody under the age of 18? And the answer is no. Just because you're 14, you can legally do that. I know that's creepy and weird, but I was trying to find the wider context. And the reason why is I figured that, well, maybe the people that he was transporting were like under 18, but Brazil's age of consent was 14. So Wallace was not having sex with these ladies. He was setting them up to other men. So in other words, some guys from America, I don't know who they were, would come to him, ask for girls. Then he would find some other connection to transport those girls. He was using his own rideshare app.
Pimping out little young girls. Pimping them out. This is crazy.
To then deliver those girls to somebody else, although he was not with them. Okay. Now, if you are a man and you're 50 and you decide to deal with somebody who's 14, in Brazil, you will not go to jail. However, you can get charged with this if the person is compromised by manipulation, fear, or coercion. That means people are individuals aged 14 to 17. When grooming, transport, or exploitation is involved, consent does not legalize exploitation. Once you use apps and fake profiles, you are coordinating rides for minors using fake accounts, organizing secret meetings. These factors elevate the crime regardless of consent. Also, what problem is it? The U.S. law still applies to Americans living abroad. So even if you are a person and you're sleeping with somebody that's 14 in Brazil, you as an American should not be engaging anybody under the age of 18 because Americans can be prosecuted for sexual activity with minors under 18 abroad, regardless of the local age. Okay, so that's that. Also, these minors are possible victims under 14. Now, again, I know that passport bros are not all the same, but again, you have another incident in Brazil involving passport bros. This will most definitely go viral. It is not a good look for the brand because you have guys who are not really caring about the brand. And I want to give a shout out to my brother Aaron Ferris at BMT. He's done a lot to try to elevate the brand. I believe it was him that came with the name Passport Bros. Then anybody can come in and kind of join the group.
The brand. The Passport Bro. You're worried about what the brand and how it's going to affect the brand of Passport Bro? And there's like kids being exploited, young girls. This is, and here, let me tell you something. The more I play these videos, you're gonna see that these people like really stand together, even though they like might be getting with each other. They are really mad about the fact that each other is like reporting on this. It's crazy. Watch
And
it.
can give the group a bad name, like what you're seeing here. And this is exactly what has happened. So I hope that the guy definitely pays the price. I don't really like Floyd. Just even before this, it's pathetic, it's terrible. But guys, what do you think? It's your boy Shadu Jackson back at it again with another episode of the Celebrity Junk.
The brand, yeah, he said it right. The brand of Passport Brothers is being affected, right? And so now you have other so-called people in this community that are really beginning to. I mean, they're speaking up about it. They really are upset, you know. I'm not sure which one to play. There's so much crazy stuff out here. I'm not sure which one to get into first, you know. So let's go into. I'm gonna go into this one. I'm going to this one. Shouts out to Ringo and Ringo TV.
Are literally in hiding. And we got to literally come to the conclusion of what's going on and nip this thing in the bud once and for all. A lot of YouTubers are literally on the run right now and basically trying to distance themselves from the Passport Bro movement. Austin Holloman was featured on Brazil News. He did a live stream today. Literally, the dude was literally buying.
Passport Brothers is a movement. It's a movement. And I talk about FBA. Where's the movement at? Where is the Pan-Africanism movement? But Passport Brothers, people going overseas for sex tourism, is a movement, which is crazy to me. Go ahead.
And views, bro. Dude had like 200,000-300,000 live viewers. Really? But your likes is like 200, 300? That don't make no sense. Dude is going out bad, y'all. So what we're going to do is we're going to get into these tapes, talk about what's going on, get into the news. You know what I mean? Because a brother pretty much put a clip out there. To be honest, this clip right here is very, very damning. It's very sick. But at the same time, we got to look at these tapes. So let me tune this thing up real quick, guys, so that we can get this thing popping. Make sure as you come into the building, hit the like button one time. Let's not waste any time. A lot of y'all be hating. Y'all be coming over here. Y'all be watching the shows, and y'all don't be clicking the like button. Y'all be doing me dirty. And I'm the one putting in the work in these streets with these PDFs. So now, let me make sure I shout out David Smith. You know what I mean? Because I got this clip from his platform. And man, this is damning evidence right here. This thing literally tells you exactly what the Passport Bro movement is all about. So let me set this thing up real quick. Again, as you come in, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed already. All right, so let me tune this up. Okay, all right. Okay, cool. Let's get this clip to play. This is Austin Holloman admitting that he's a sex tourist. That's what we're going to get into right now. Austin Holloman on video in 4K admitting that he is a sex tourist. Now, what does this mean? Okay, now, those of you that is in the now, you would know right now that your man Floyd Wallace was booked in Brazil for messing with little girls. Dude had teddy bears and little rubber ducky puppets, literally trying to entice girls to come to the hotel room so he could do unthinkable acts with them. So what happened is the Passport Bro community is literally trying to distance themselves from him. Everybody's saying, well, I'm not really like that, blah, blah, blah. But right here, we got their leader. Their leader, Austin Holloman, is the leader of the Passport Bro movement. This is the guy that they stamped. When Kevin Samuels passed, when Kevin Samuels was murdered, I should say, they put Austin Holloman up. They were trying to make Austin become the new Kevin Samuels. It didn't work. It flopped. I told you guys that was going to happen. And I've been exposing Holloman from years ago. And I kind of just laid low and didn't.
Now that there's like a whole conspiracy that Kevin Samuels was murdered. What's like, this is a new perspective on the Kevin Samuels case and when he was murdered. What?
Even bother him no more. But lately, since the news is coming out, I had to come out of retirement and literally bring back up some more of this work. So literally all the rest of this month, all into the new year, Austin Holloman is going to be on the chopping block. barbecue. You know, it is what it is. We're not playing no games. So let's get into these tapes and roll back some stuff from Austin Holloman's own mouth. I'm going to also let you listen to a news report from 2 years ago when the Passport Bros was accused of sex tourism and trafficking girls. I'm going to put all of that information out because that was reported by Fox 26 News 2 years ago. So we're going to bring out all the receipts, all the tapes, all the documents, right? Forget about the Epstein files. We're dealing with the PDF files. That's what we're dealing with right now, the PDF files. Okay, so that being said, okay, we got Denise for a super chat. Shout out to you for the $10 super chat. Appreciate you sponsoring the show. Again, guys, as you come in, hit the like button. You know, thumb the video up. Got to hype these videos up. Great commentary exposing these demons. Again, yep, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're here for, right? Okay, let me play the tape. This is Austin Holloman admitting that he is a sex tourist. He's admitting this. So if he's admitting this on tape, what does this say about the Passport Bro community, right? So let's tune this up. All right, let's roll the tape.
Y'all motherfuckers already in her DMs. Don't go to DMs. Don't go to DMs. A sex tourist. We're all sex tourists. Look, I need you to read this super chat. What's it, ladies? You're saying that you're a bad sexual tourism and y'all here for it. We're all sex tourists. Who doesn't have sex on vacation? Anyway, you hating ass motherfuckers. Can you read this, Luke Hain?
Wow. He just said that everybody's a sex tourist when they go on vacation. Well, no, everybody is not. Some people go on vacation and are not thinking about sleeping with somebody, paying for sex. Bro, what are you saying? This is crazy.
Fala el nombre porque él es bien.
Una pessoa.
He's just sexy and exposed to all the girls. Yeah. Look, hey, thank you for the $20 super chat. Don't show her again. The CNN. I didn't show her shit. We're all sex tourists, including her. You're a sex tourist too.
No.
Of course, no.
Now, let me show you it on video because I wanted you to hear the audio. Let me put it on video. I got to move the camera, guys, because everything is live right on the cell phone. But let me get this thing popping. Let me get it popping, guys. We're not playing games. Let's go. We're going to wind back the tape. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. Let's get this thing popping, fam. Let's go. You see me right there? You see the reflection? Okay, cool.
Ladies. Y'all motherfuckers already in her DMs. Don't go to DMs. Don't go to DMs. A sex tourist. We're all sex tourists. Look, I need you to read this super chat. What's it, ladies? They're saying that you're a bad sexual tourism and y'all here for it. We're all sex tourists. Who doesn't have sex on vacation? Anyway,
Wow. This is your leader of the Passport Brothers, guys. You're all sex tourists. He's admitting it right there.
You hating ass motherfuckers. Can you read this, Luke Hain? Fala el nombre porque él es bien.
O nome da pessoa. Ela 2000.
He's just sexually exposed to all the girls. Yeah. Luke, hey, thank you for the $20 super chat. Don't show her again. The CNN. I didn't show her shit. We're all sex tourists, including her. You're a sex tourist too.
No.
Of course, no.
There you have it, fam. There you have it. Let me set this thing back up. and then we're going to pretty much cook, talk about what we got to talk about. So, right off the rip, Austin Holloman admits publicly the dark secret about the Passport Bros, that he is in fact a sex tourist. So what does that mean for the Passport Bro movement? Floyd was literally good friends with Austin Holloman. Austin Holloman recently tried to distance himself from Mr. Wallace, aka Only Foreign. And what this proves is what they're going overseas for. From his own mouth, he said, we're all sex tourists, which means he's down there to pay to play. He's not down there to find a wife. He was down there to do dirt. And what's going on now in the Passport Bro community is one of their very own members, a distinguished member of the Passport Bros, was recently busted by Brazilian law enforcement for trying to lure underage little girls into a whole hotel room to do unthinkable demonic acts. The dude had cell phones, SD cards, GoPro cameras, little teddy bears to entice the kids. He had a little rubber ducky, like a puppet, where you put with your hand. So I guess he's gonna be doing like some goo goo gaga type thing while he's trying to entice the kids into the room. And keep in mind, this is Austin's mans in them. And this is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, how is it that you was with this dude all these times, all these years, and you didn't know he a weirdo? You know why? Because it could be alleged that Austin may be involved in these things too, or was at one point. And then he tried to distance himself from Floyd because he knew it was going to get hot. You know what I mean? Because he put his video on members only. We're going to review that video later on today. We're going to bring that out. We're going to do a reaction to that video because it's getting real, real hot. He went live today and he was talking a whole bunch of dumb stuff about history and all this stupid stuff. Everything in that video was garbage. Like, it was just pure garbage. He was in there getting upset. He was talking a whole bunch of stuff. I got another video I got to do because dude was talking about how he got Trump's number and he's going to call Trump on Kenyan men in America. In other words, if you're from Kenya or whatever the case is, he's going to call Trump to get ICE to contact ICE to get you deported and all sorts of weirdo stuff. So I'm like, dude is a straight weirdo for that too, because any dude talking about he calling ICE on people just to get them out of here because he don't like what they have to say, you're weird. Something wrong with you. Talking about he got Trump's number. Really? So you got Trump's direct number, you calling Trump to snitch on people that are U.S. citizens in America who are from Kenya? What kind of weirdo stuff is like that? No, what you're supposed to be doing is answering to why is it that you was friends with that weirdo? How is it that you was with a dude shopping, helping to buy him clothes? And it's not just Austin. It was some other cats too. All you dudes going on the chopping block. Like I said, it's barbecue season, fam. It is barbecue season. You dudes should have never even came into the algorithm with none of this mess because now I got my attention. You know what I mean? So now let me bring you back in time to another particular news clip that was 2 years ago. Fox 26 reported on this news of the Passport Bros being accused of sex tourism and trafficking women. So let's go and play this particular audio tape here so y'all can listen to this clip. I don't know if the volume is loud enough, but y'all should be able to hear it nonetheless. Let's get into the tapes.
And welcome back to The Factor Uncensored. Is sex in your travel itinerary? It's one of the travel goals for a community called the Passport Bros, meaning brothers. It's a traveling community of upwardly mobile Black men. Some are accused of going around the world searching for a more traditional and submissive wife. But is it all about sex and just a girlfriend for hire and then return home to humiliate Black women in America? That's the controversy that we're dealing with. One of its members, Austin Holman, is apologizing for comments that he made about Brazilian women. Take a listen.
What I meant by when I said that Brazilian women are easy, and I shouldn't use the word easy. I know that now. I'm sorry. But what I'm saying is, for a man that's well-mannered, well-dressed, that has put in the effort to raise himself, he will have an easier time in Brazil as opposed to where I was from. That wasn't always the case.
Both American and women around the world are.
Let me pause it there for a minute, gang, because he just said that American men will have it easier in Brazil, but yet his mans in them, Floyd, was pretty much booked on literally messing with kids, y'all. Kids, the most vulnerable of all. And you wondering why we got to make these videos about these PDF files. You're wondering why, right? So let me get this straight, Austin. So you want to make it easy for these men in America to go down to Brazil to deal with these kids? Is that the case? Because Floyd was your partner, bro. You traveled with him. You bought clothes for him. You did all of these things for him. And now you're trying to cop a plea, acting like you don't know him? Nah, bro. We're going to put you on the cooker, bro. Let's go.
Speaking out against the passport bros, arguing these guys are using their status to take advantage of women and even calling it a form of sex tourism and sex trafficking. Let's talk about it. Communications specialist Priscilla Pack and Rochelle Gemini both are here on The Factor Uncensored. We were supposed to do this last week. We're doing it this week. You have done a lot of research. When you think about and what you've heard about passport bros, your opinion on this so-called group.
Let me tell you, they weren't even on my radar. You brought it up to me, and then I saw it, and I was just like, oh, that's cute. You know, guys go and get their passports. My son just got his passport last week. He's 9. So that's cool. Passport brothers. That's what's up. Then I started doing the research, and I'm like, wait a minute. Because I grew up, you know, with 2-parent household. My parents still happily married. I grew up in love. Some people grew up in survival mode, and maybe they just in a whole nother dimension of trying to find love or trying to find easy situations and everything. But at the same time, it was like, why do you have to put down the thing that you don't like in front of everybody just to get the thing that you do want?
And that's the thing that the passport bros do. They're always putting down the black woman, saying that the American black woman ain't ish, and, you know, she's this and she's not cooperative and all this other mess. And this is why they go overseas to mess with these underage girls. Let's get back to the tapes. Let's go.
Care.
That being black women in America, putting them down for women who may be of color in another country.
Right. That want to be a little more
also submissive
exactly
to them.
Exactly.
But also paid prostitution in many cases.
And that's what they're covering up. And you can tell that by the way that, what's his name, Austin, was talking, because I saw the other videos of him going like, hey, you would have sexual intercourse with me tonight, right? And she's saying, yes. They about to really get a lick on him. That's what's really about to happen. Because I also saw some of the women from overseas saying, yeah, we're just trying to get a lick. You know, they also came out saying, we know these passport bros, they not new.
Wow.
So essentially, they're chumps themselves.
Yes.
They're simply John on the streets of America.
There might be some that might be actually looking for love that can't find it maybe in America, but you didn't let some rotten apples into y'all group, and y'all need to call the ones out that's not doing it correctly.
Wow.
Because baby, we're not just in America. You can claim wherever you want to be anytime. I don't care. Get a passport. Go find your love. But at the same time, don't put down us just because you feel like you've had some rejection. Deal with rejection. Heal. Go do your thing. We don't care.
And of course, we're not talking about all individuals who may travel out of the country. But Priscilla, for those who may be taking advantage of women out there and then trying to humiliate black women in America, your thoughts about that?
I think it's really, really sad. Like, I look at them and I almost want to pity them, but then I don't, because there's a level of ignorance that's deplorable. I'm going to use that word today. I think that they are taking advantage, at least from what they project themselves to be as a group. They're taking advantage of gender gaps and economic opportunities that are not there in these other countries that are present for us in America, in the States, in Canada, in Scandinavia, all over the world, and not even thinking back to the history of why are women and people made to be so independent in this country today. And there's so many factors that they shut to the side for their preferences and trying to deem it a movement, which is so disappointing to hear. The civil rights movement was a movement. You know, anti-apartheid movement was a movement.
Come on.
So I'm thinking of passport bros, like this is a shame. You could really take advantage of your opportunity to educate people on how to get a passport, to go overseas, travel the world, and to learn, and not just make it be about sex. And the fact that now you're putting this stigma on people and Black people in America, that is literally mushing us down. I hate that I said mushing, couldn't find a better word right there.
Right.
But
We
like
know what
bringing us
mushing means.
down. Right. They all know. They know. But what does that
But to
do
hear
for our
really quick
perspective?
them talk some of them, not all of them, talk so badly about Black women in America, saying you guys are too bossy, you're too much, you're not feminine enough for them.
I think that sounds a lot to me like insecurities and the inability to seek what you want with what you have, where you are. That's what I really think about that. It almost disgusts me and is borderline gaslighting to sit here and treat American women, American Black women, and try to shut us down because we may be educated or have the ability to obtain certain finances and social status that we're not in other countries.
So you rather go over in another country and get given scopolamine? Half of these women are prostitutes and they have pimps behind them that'll set your behind up. But because you're under the guise of Black women are not submissive enough, that means we're not just laying down and giving it up and just being doormats. You can go down if you really want some cheap cookie. Just go down to Harry Hines, and there's plenty of cheap cookie down there.
And you attract.
It's a shame.
What you put out there too.
It's a shame.
All right.
Like, don't put that on us. Yeah, don't put that on us.
Thank you, ladies, for joining us here.
So right there, guys, it's very clear what it is. Let me get back on camera. Now, set this thing back up. We're gonna get back into the content. That was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, gang. 2 years ago, that news clip came out. 2 years ago. Now you got these so-called YouTubers going overseas to mess with kids now. Your man Floyd was good friends with Austin. And Austin is in panic mode. He's busy online talking about, yeah, I'm about to get married and I'm about to do this and I'm about to do that. No, you're going to get married in prison because now you're trying to distance yourself from something that you've been a part of. You always been this particular dude. You on camera saying that you are a sex tourist. We got you on tape. Now, to the Brazilian news media, make sure you use this video on your next episode of Brazilian News, where Austin Holloman got on camera and said that he is a sex tourist.
And here's another thing. So you're going overseas to get cheap cootie cat. Meanwhile, there's places in America you can get some cheap cootie cat. Maybe it might be a crackhead or whatever, but hell, cheap cootie cat is all over. You don't gotta go all the way to Brazil. Think about this. If you take a trip to Brazil, right? How much do it cost to get the hotel room and get the flight? So you already down bad. And then you gotta pay for the cootie cat, right? So if you think it's cheap, well, no, you've already like messed up because you already paid for the hotel and the flight. So whatever cootie cat you're getting at a cheaper rate, you really just for going down to Brazil alone to do that. Like, what you could have just got if you really a trick out here, you could have just spent that in America and not even had to take a flight. You gotta pay for the flight down there, you gotta pay for the room down there, and then go down there and risk your life. They willing to risk it all, you guys. They willing to risk their lives for the cootie cat, for some cheap cootie cat down in Brazil, y'all.
We got to make sure all of this get out there. No hiding. We're not sugarcoating nothing. I don't rock with none of these passport bros. I don't got no loyalty to this damn movement. It's toxic at the end of the day. They messing with kids now. It is out. I warned everybody years ago about the passport bro movement. Y'all said I was a hater. You still got dudes coming in my comments, keep telling me I'm some damn hater. No, y'all a bunch of damn PDF files defending these damn dogs.
You know what's even crazy about this whole thing is that if you actually go to Thailand and different places in Asia, they're other than the black people. So the black people go to Brazil and do that nonsense, but the Caucasian ones will go over all the way over to Asia with that wild stuff. India with the wild stuff. You know what I'm saying? Trying to hook up with kids and being weird. You know what I'm saying? But they want to put it under the thing, oh, it's sex tourism. Well, first of all, weirdo. That's crazy. You're not saving money by doing that. What are you doing, bro? This is disgusting. Like what?
Dogs, when this man was caught with teddy bears, bro. Teddy bears. That's not the first time he did that. Where did he learn this from? Where did Floyd learn this behavior from, y'all? Come on now. Where did he learn it from? Who taught him this? Who taught him to get the hard drives and the cell phones and the teddy bears? And I mean, where did he get this from? And think about it. Austin was hanging with him for a long time. We're not talking about one time. These dudes traveled together, slept in the same hotel, the same Airbnb. These dudes went shopping together, laughed, looked for women. I got all kinds of video clips with Floyd crashing out, Austin in the elevator filming, and his partner there crashing out. So that was your mans in them, bro. How you don't know he a weirdo? Talking about, oh, I didn't know he was looking at kids. I don't know that. You don't know that. And then you said, oh, well, maybe I wasn't looking hard enough. Really? So this is what you dudes are doing, bro? Because you admitted on camera that you're a sex tourist. So what that means is that you going down overseas to pay to play. So now my question to Austin is, have you ever in your life paid underage girls to engage in sexual activity? We want to know in the court of public opinion. Come on camera and defend yourself. That's right. Come on camera. Don't be shy. This is Ringo TV. You busy talking about all this mumbo jumbo. Talk to me, fam. I don't want to hear none of this nonsense. I've been on your tail for years, and I gave you a little pass and literally stayed out of the limelight. But now your mans in them got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, playing with toys with little girls now. And that's
Wow, this is crazy. So let's hear what Austin had to say about this. You know, I'm not gonna just be impartial. Let's see, maybe he has something he gonna say. Let's
been arrested in Brazil for trying to engage in sex with minors. I guess in Rio, from what I saw, and they caught him in Sao Paulo. And if you guys don't know, Floyd was in several of my videos, and we all know that Floyd was very, very cringy and very strange. And I'm telling you from hanging out in person with him, very strange. I would have never thought nothing like that, but it's also not shocking. Like, it's based off how strange he was, it's not shocking. But when I was with Floyd, I'd never seen him look at any children or anything, or maybe I didn't notice, you know, but I never seen that kind of stuff. And I never even heard him bring up or hinting at it. And he only seemed to talk to adults.
It's because all of y'all are cringy. You don't even notice that when a person's being weird, not because y'all are all kind of weird, bro. A person that would take a flight all the way to Brazil to get some cootie cat when there's plenty of cootie cat over here, just because it might be cheaper cootie cat, whatever. That is like on some like predator level stuff, okay? And they're going over there and they're acting an ASS over there. They're not over there being gentlemen. They're over there like treating the women like trash. You know what I'm saying? And then getting damn near getting drugged and stuff like this. So
women when I was around, but this shit is like really, really like this is like just crazy altogether. I mean, I've heard of pedophilia before, so I'm not really. It's not nothing new. I mean, this stuff happens a lot more than you think. There's a lot more people than you think that are involved in this kind of stuff. And to go further into it, you guys have heard me say on my channel, especially with like this whole hyper masculine A lot of dudes that follow that red pill, super female traditional role thing. If you look at their, what do you call it? I'm sorry.
They are clearly going over there for that purpose. They are not going over there just for some regular females. They're going over there just like the other people go over there to Thailand for like that weird stuff. The black people go down to Brazil for the young girls. Let's not play games about this. That's what's going on.
All right, I just woke up. I had to record this as soon as I woke up. Those dudes that have their criteria for the type of women they want a woman that's a virgin, that's young enough to have all their 50, 60 kids that they make it seem like they want.
Man, stop it. They're not trying to marry these women. This whole thing is about tricking. It's about paying a person, whoever the John is, not the John, whoever their pimp is, or whatever, and then, or because all these women will have a person behind them. That's what the thing that's scary about it. The whole thing is you don't even know who is orchestrating things. If a woman's out running on the street selling Kuda Cat, you know what I'm saying? Whether they like a kid, young girl, whatever. There is someone lurking in the background of this whole thing, operation. And these guys are so stupid that they actually believe that this woman is out there just chilling and whatever, young chick, about 14, 15, whatever age. The age that consent in Brazil is 14. And that's how they can like get these little young girls and then they can like try to, I don't even know. Like they think, they're not going over there because they want to marry these women. Half of them can't even speak Spanish. What are you talking about? What? What?
And all these other very unrealistic expectations that fit only somebody that's in high school or below. Like if you really think about it, when I was in high school, at least in America, women were not virgins by the time they were 14, like on average. So if you're looking for a virgin in this day and age, she's gonna have to be really, really young. And that may just be a coping mechanism just to find an excuse to do shit like this, to fuck around with kids, right? And I'm gonna play the video so you guys can see. I'm gonna let my editor play the video of everything.
Now, hold on now. So you're saying that all high school students are not virgin? My daughter is 18 years old and she's still a virgin. She's not full. She has never even had a boyfriend. So that's, you know what I'm saying? And I thank God, you know what I'm saying? Because Lord, but but that's weird. Why is that even a thought about a young girl when she's a virgin versus when she's not? You're not a virgin. So what are you talking about? You're not a virgin. So why are you looking for virgins?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Keep your hand on the board.
Surrendering.
You're being arrested for child exploitation by the police of here. Okay? That's it. That's it.
He's not doing any resisting, right? He's not doing hey, what's going on? What are y'all talking about? And usually even guilty pedophiles will say, hey, what's going on? What are y'all talking about? Okay, yeah. But then they also have this photo right here with what appears to be a GoPro camera, a DJI Pocket 3 and a Pocket 2, a laptop and 5 phones, and 2 toys, I guess, that he was going to give the kids to play with, right? And when you
hold on, see, if you missed it, you probably would. If you didn't hear what he said, you'd probably miss it. He says that even pedos that are even guilty would resist. He didn't resist. See, so somewhere in the back of this guy's mind, he thinks that he's not guilty. But he's trying to save face for his own so-called passport brother brand. Because why would he say that? Why would you say this? Let's go back.
Play with, right? And when you read the article that they wrote under their Instagram post, the police of Sao Paulo, I guess, or whoever it is, right? They literally said that he was using fake names, and when they would go, I don't know what app he was on or how he was meeting them, but whenever they would go on the app, an older man would approach them that doesn't know Portuguese. And yeah, that's Floyd. Like instantly when I read that, I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. Like that, when I read that, I was like, oh, it's kind of hard to deny that. Then I see those 5 phones. If you guys know, I used to talk about in my older videos with Floyd that, yeah, like, why do you buy a new phone every time we go to a new country? Like, why do you feel the need? Every time we would go to a new country or a new city, he would buy a new phone. About
Some ain't no honor amongst thieves and whatever. Because he thrown him all the way underneath the bus, bro. He was having phones. He was doing this, you know what I'm saying?
At the course of a year, I knew this dude had like 2 or 3 phones. And so, or even more, I think it was 3 or 4 phones, right? And so that being said, it was just kind of like, you know, maybe I'm connecting. Maybe that was, I don't know, maybe he was trying to just start fresh every time he had did something and just start over. You know, I don't know.
Wow.
So I don't know, but I'm making this video to disassociate
Was he kind of dry snitching a little bit? I don't know. Like, what's going on here? He kind of dry snitching out his bro. Like, y'all passport bros, ain't y'all? The fraternity of passport bros, and you telling all the tea that ain't even been. Why are you telling all this, right? It sounds like you're trying to save face, sir.
Myself with that. But I'm going to also say this. You guys know I had issue in Brazil was nothing like this, right? I had an issue with them saying that I was hypersexualizing women or encouraging men to come meet women down there or something like that. You know, that's basically what they were saying. But I do remember.
Or something like that. Yes, everything like that. We are sex tourists. That's what you said in your own words, girl. And they're saying, hey, listen, don't come down here with that BS, hypersexualizing women down here and getting men from America to come down there and increase the whole prostitution thing going on down there. That's not cool. But he's trying to make it like, and whatever, like it's it's a big deal, bro.
People just jumping on the opportunity to try to hint at that I was doing something like this. And it's so in Brazil, here's the thing about, and this is why I try to tell people about the United States. Y'all be bitching and complaining about the justice system does not work in the United States. If this happens in the United States, well, first of all, they let pedophiles out. I have no clue why they let them out of jail, but they do. But in the United States, you would have to have like evidence or to be caught in the act. You would have to have concrete evidence or to be caught in the act. In places like Brazil or pretty much anywhere in the developing world that y'all would call second and third world countries, right? They don't need evidence. They just, hey, okay, somebody paid us to come take you to jail. That's it. I'm not saying that's what happened with him, but there's a possibility because you got.
Why would you bring that up? You know what I'm saying? This is apologetics right here. That's apologetics. That, okay, in America you have to have some evidence, but in Brazil. But you hear that they did have evidence against him. They took pictures of of everything. Listen, they're not. This is not like what are you talking about, sir? What are you saying here? What is going on? This is apologetics apologetics.
Guys, remember I told you whenever I was living in Salvador and that whole thing happened in January. I was already in Thailand and the police were at my house ready to arrest me that I was staying at in Salvador. Okay. Last time I checked, me making a comment online is not an arrestable offense unless if you're in some communist China or some shit. Brazil has freedom of speech too, unless if you're talking about something political, maybe, right? There's nothing political about this. So again, and even they did a whole investigation on me in Brazil. And I that's why I was able to go back. And
right, they had to have been watching this young man for a period of time. So I don't even understand what you're talking about, sir. Like, oh, well, in America they have to have evidence. No, this seems like a whole sting operation. This is not a thing where it's happened to just run up on him and say, "Hey, look, you know what I'm saying? Oh, you've been doing this." No, they have been watching this guy over time and said, "Listen, this is what you're going to be charged with." People probably have went to the police afterwards. Probably was like, "Oh my God," who knows? So I think so. This guy is double talking. He's doing a lot of double talk, a lot of gaslighting talk here. It's crazy.
Nothing came about it, but the thing is, they were still coming to arrest me anyway. So, yeah, I don't know, man, but it's a very fucked up thing to hear. If he really was doing that kind of thing, I'm glad that they were catching him because it is a very devastating thing. I mean, it's never happened to me, but I can just imagine it's a very.
He is glad that it's happening to him and not him. You know what I'm saying? Glad it happened to him so I can watch out, make sure I'll be more careful. That's what it sounds like to me.
Very devastating thing to be sexually abused as a kid. And so I hope that didn't happen to anybody. But apparently they say there's 4 other people that may be involved. So we'll have to follow the story and update it. But
if there's 4 other people that might be involved, that means there's an investigation of several people that's involved. So I don't even understand the logic of you saying that America has at least that there's actual investigation. Well, it sounds like there was an investigation in this situation too. So I don't really get what he's saying here, sir. What are you saying? You can't want to promote the Passport Brothers brand so hard that you just avoid all logic and reasoning.
yeah, the dudes that are talking about they want virgins and they had to be 18, like, yeah, I mean, you guys remember me, like when I was in South Africa, we had those chicks that we were talking to, Bobby and I couldn't even, they were immature and they were like 21, 22. And I was like, yeah, that's even like a 21, 22-year-old is too immature for me right now. Like they don't have enough life experience. They ain't talking about shit. Like they just.
If you're there for sex tourism, what is it to talk about? If you're just there to have sex, you're not talking that much. You're just buying the cootie cat and then doing it to the cootie cat and then letting the person go on after when you're done. What are you talking about? What is the conversation, bro? Let's talk about what real tricking is. Ain't no conversation. I mean, you trying to get it in with some young chicks. Ain't no, why you trying to make it sound like there's like a conversation? I thought that Passport Bros was because y'all didn't think that Black women were submissive enough in America. Now this is like taking a whole other turn into y'all are going down there to hook up with women, and it's now reaching its boiling point. Let's go.
I mean, on average, maybe there's somebody that's not, but I mean, on average, I can never see myself fooling with an 18-year-old right now. So how the fuck could somebody talk to somebody that's like 11, 10 years old? Even when I was a senior in high school, like the freshmen looked too young to me. So all that R. Kelly, Jeffrey Epstein, all that kind of, I don't get it. I really don't understand what makes your dick hard for a child, but listen to R. Kelly's music and he'll tell you what he was really talking about once you understand the truth. But yeah, let me know what you guys think. I just wanted to get ahead of that. And same way with the whole Jay Rillo situation. I'm not associated with none of that shit. I don't look at no children, none of that, okay? And if I do find anybody else that's doing that, I will be assisting in your prosecution because that is absolutely one of the worst crimes. And listen, hey, if Floyd did do that kind of stuff and he is guilty, it can go 2 ways. If they extradite him to the United States, he'll be back out of jail and he'll be able to do it again. If he did that, right? I have no concrete evidence yet. But if he's not extradited to the United States, yeah, Brazilian prison is just like, I've never been, but Brazilian prisons, from what I can understand, are just like American prisons where you got people fighting all the time and getting raped and stabbed, except from what I've heard, there's no law and order. Like there's gangs that run the entire prisons. I mean, they do the same thing in the States too, but like it's on a whole nother level there, right? You know, it's a developing country, so like the justice system is not as efficient, and they have, from what I've seen, they have constant riots of them trying to break out of the prison and stuff like this. It's not. I mean, if you have enough common sense, you know that prison in developing countries is not like prison in America. So this is a lot. So hey, if you guys have anything that you need me to touch on with this story, let me know. I'll be following this story until we come to a conclusion on what actually happened. But again, it's not shocking.
Wow. With friends like that, who needs an enemy, right? Because he up there just throwing him. I mean, the bus is right there, and honey, he is shoving him, his own friend that he been hanging out with, going to places, all of them, underneath the bus. And he's saying that the case ain't even done yet. He already gets online and makes his statement, but the statement is almost on something like, hey, trying to really save his own face. That's showing you right there that there's no honor amongst thieves, man, bro. There's no honor.
That's your partner. And I don't want to hear no nonsense about, well, I wasn't hanging with him for a while. I don't want to hear none of that, none of them sob stories. That was your man's. You brought him into the space. You introduced the YouTube community to that weirdo. And you was around him. And you and your buddies was around him. And y'all laughed with him. So y'all had to know. You had to know exactly what this dude was doing. It's either y'all knew what he was doing or y'all were doing the same thing. And please don't waste your time telling me all this nonsense. I was watching your stupid video. You talking about, yeah, you know, people making videos and, you know, they talking about this and, I may have to take legal action. Bro, legal action, man, you dudes, man, you dudes on YouTube, y'all some jokers, bro. You talking about legal action, bro? Bro, I got you on video saying that you a sex tourist. Do you understand what that means for your legal action? Bro, I am hoping that the Brazilian news media watch this video just so they could take that clip and play it across Brazilian media television so the whole Brazil know that you admitted to being a sex tourist. And what that does for your movement, it makes you look bad because you guys out here doing this dirt. Now, if you admitted to being a sex tourist, that means that your man, Floyd Wallace, was also a sex tourist. But he was messing with kids, man. Kids. And you busy trying to distance yourself? Didn't I tell you? I told you to shut your mouth, bro. But you continue running your mouth on YouTube. Now you buying views, bro? Your whole live stream was nothing but bots, bro. You buying views, bro. That's a clear indicator of buying views. Even Kevin Samuels didn't get those kind of numbers. Bro, this dude was live, had like 200,000 to 300,000 people viewing at one time, but only got 200 to 300 likes. Bro, you buying bots, bro? He was trying to say, oh, some Kenyan person is botting his platform. No, you buying views, bro. You did that because you tried to make people come to your platform to make it look like it's like you popping. You even had dummies in your live chat like, yo, we lit. No, lit with bots. Those wasn't real viewers. And when YouTube find out that you buying views, bro, you done. That was dumb, bro. And there's a lot of YouTubers that do this, gang. They literally be buying views, buying subscribers, buying views to make it look like they lit. How you had 300,000? Listen, Kevin Samuels never had that, bro. Kevin Samuels never had 300,000 live viewers. And
let me just say this real quick. Whoever just came in my chat and called me a bitch, cut it out. Because you will get banned up in here. Period. I don't even know why you even came up in here talking that mess. You must be a passport bro right along with him. And hooking up with little young girls.
you know how I know it's all bull crap? Because throughout the whole live stream, you didn't talk about nothing in regards to the situation with Floyd. You was busy talking some mumbo jumbo, acting like you educated. Bro, you a dumbass, bro. I'm being honest, bro. Like you have no knowledge at all about history, about nothing. All you're doing is gaslighting these people, trying to protect your own damn image.
Exactly. All he's doing is trying to protect his image. I did. I think I did. I'm not sure. I deleted it. I don't know if I kicked him out yet. But yeah, crazy. And so I guess some more things came out, and Ringo got even more heated. I mean, this whole thing is really becoming really heated up. So I don't even know. I don't know whether it's even about like I don't know what this is really turning into. But let's go.
Basically, put out misinformation that the passport bros are messing with 6-year-olds. Yeah, that's right. Your man BMT, your man O'Shea made videos about this, so I thought I'd chime in. Notice how I gave credit where credit is due. All you YouTubers that keep using my talking points, make sure you give me my respect for my work. Don't be out there running your big mouth like a parrot, regurgitating my talking points. You understand? I'm the man that put out the information talking about this.
Okay, listen. I gave you your props, so don't be coming after me, sir. It's go to Ringo TV. He's the one who said it. Okay, all right, there we go. I'll leave that right quick. All right.
Dude wearing a ski mask, messing with these damn kids. I'm the one who said that he was putting all this damn info on the dark web. So when you go to other people's platforms to talk, make sure you shout my name out. Make sure you make the world know who you watching, right? Okay, let's get to the content. So, your man, Austin Holloman, makes the news, man. And he out here playing victim, talking about, oh yeah, you know, people talking about me and how he's suing and, you know, defamation of character. Man, defecate these damn balls, bro. You a damn joke. Look at this video you put out. Check this mess out. You see this title? Passport bros in Brazil with 6-year-olds. Now again, your man BMT and O'Shea made videos about this. You accuse all of the passport bros of messing with 6-year-olds. I didn't even peep that. I didn't even peep that in your title. So passport bros, so that's more than one, with 6-year-olds. That's more than one child. So you're basically saying that the passport bros as a whole are in Brazil right now messing with 6-year-olds. See, this is why I don't understand why the passport bros get mad at me. See, I don't trust none of you guys. Whether you're a passport bro, whether you Austin Holloman, I don't care who you are. I don't rock with none of you guys. Because in my opinion, a lot of dirt go on behind the scenes. But why y'all coming for me when your man's Austin basically threw the entire community under the bus? He basically said that, oh, all the passport bros. That's what it means. When you listen, his video title is so misleading. Passport bros in Brazil. So that's more than one. He didn't even name Floyd in the title. So he's attacking passport bros, but you mad at me. See, let's make something clear. I don't rock with none of you dudes, bro. None of you. Because all of y'all weirdos, in my opinion. That's my opinion. And if it don't apply to you, why you upset? Why you upset if you ain't doing nothing wrong? If you ain't out there messing with them kids, why you upset? Why you upset with me if you ain't messing with them kids? This is social media. I'm going to talk my talk and do what I got to do and say what I got to say. If you getting salty, it's because you doing dirt. You doing dirt. Come on now. So let me get this straight. Austin Holloman in his title said passport bros in Brazil with 6-year-olds. The title suggests that anyone who identifies a passport bro, Austin is about to tell you that they're in Brazil messing with not one 6-year-old, 6-year-olds. That's his title. 6-year-olds. But you mad at me? when I'm the one covering this story and everybody regurgitating my talking points? Everybody out there trying to go live, everybody trying to do their stories. But fam, if you're going to do your live, bro, make sure you give credit where credit is due. You see, like how when I started my show, I didn't come online and say, hey guys, I just discovered some new information about Austin's title. No, I made sure I give credit because BMT talked about it first. And then O'Shea made a video about it. So what that does, that lets the algorithm know I watched those 2 videos. So I'm not here acting like I'm the Mr. Smartass and I know everything. Something that somebody else say, I'm going to make sure I get them their credit. So when you YouTubers use my talking points, make sure you shout my name out. Because what y'all love to do is come online and act like y'all smart, like y'all investigators, like y'all doing the research. No, I'm the one doing the research. You understand? I'm the one working. I'm the one putting out the videos. Y'all busy watching, and then y'all go to y'all platforms and try to act like y'all bringing something new. No. Give me my damn credit. Pay up. Right? So now, Austin is out here doing damage control. He threw the red pill community under the bus, not realizing that the passport bros came out of the red pill community, which doesn't make no sense. So we know that Austin basically claimed he's no longer a passport bro. But Austin is the one that introduced YouTube to Floyd. Think about this, guys. Austin brought him in. Austin brought him in and then made videos talking about, yeah, you know, the red pill brothers, they looking for virgins and they're looking for 18-year-olds because that's the lowest they go. Yo, Austin, holla at me, dog. I got your video of you and your man's Floyd up on Tinder looking at 18-year-olds. Do I got to go get all the tapes, bro? I'm going to bring out the video, bro. You and your mans. That's right. You and Floyd is on video. Looking through Tinder, looking for tenderonies. That's right. 18-year-olds. You were looking for them. But what's so crazy about this, an 18-year-old is actually legal age. We all know that. But he's trying to push the blame on the red pill community. Y'all don't see the play? Y'all don't see what he's doing? In his so-called public state, I told you guys, when Austin made that public announcement video, that was him doing damage control. Because on Austin's page, this man got a plethora of videos with him and that weirdo together. Matter of fact, hey, yo, Austin, holla at me. Yo, what's up with that video that you showed your mans? The video with you piping down that girl. Yeah, what's up with that? Oh, we're going to bring that out too. That's right. We're going to bring out all the tapes. Yeah. You showed your man Floyd a video clip of you piping down some girl. What kind of weirdo stuff you dudes is on, bro? That's right. The video is still up on your platform. See, I'm combing through all the information. I'm the one bringing this to the streets. And then everybody coming on YouTube doing their videos. Don't give me no credit. Bro, the viewers already know I'm the one that's lit. The viewers already know I'm the one bringing all this work. So what's up with that? You showed your man Floyd a video of you piping down a woman on live, bro. You showed him the phone. He was like, oh, snap. Oh, wow. And you was like, yeah, you know, he was like, yo, man, you getting it in with her, bro. So that's what you creeps be doing? Y'all be piping down women and recording y'all shows and showing each other. That's where he learned it from. You ninjas on YouTube wondering where Floyd learned this from? He learned it from Austin, dog. He learned it from Austin. And I already told Austin, just get off YouTube, bro, because you're done. Everybody coming for you. The red pill community coming for you. Other content creators making videos about you. Everybody gonna talk about this. You should have never came out and said a word. You should have took full responsibility and said, you know what? Rather than going after the passport bros, let me just take accountability and just call out Floyd's name. You didn't even put his name in the title. You put the blame on the passport bros so the Brazilian media and the Brazilian police would look at the passport bro community. You did that, not me. Because again, I don't rock with none of you dudes. I don't got no loyalty to none of you cats. I don't trust none of y'all. You know what I mean? Because if one of these dudes is messing with kids, every minute somebody want to distance themselves from the passport bro name. Just own it. If you traveling around looking for so-called sex with these women, you out there doing weirdo stuff. Just be honest. Because your man David, he put a clip on his page, and I reacted to his clip the other day. And basically, in that clip, Austin Holloman in 4K told the world that he's a sex tourist in 4K. So how do you deny that? So if Austin admitted on camera that he's a sex tourist, what's that say about his mans, Floyd Wallace? Floyd Wallace learned how to record these escapades with these women from so-called Austin, guys. That's facts. Facts on facts, bro. Because if the dude is supposed to be mentally challenged, if he's autistic or whatever the case is, that doesn't mean he's slow. You got a lot of dudes that have autism and they're very intelligent, very smart, very talented. So for Floyd to be carrying around SD cards, cameras, phones, all these different things, he's running an operation. Where did he learn that from? Where did he learn that from? You know what I mean? I'm the one who came to these YouTube streets and told everybody to release the so-called PDF files. All you content creators that keep using my talking points, give me my damn credit and stop using my talking points. You know what I mean? I'm the one who coined the phrase PDF files. You understand? Just like the Epstein files, I'm the one who started that. You know what I mean? So where did Floyd learn this behavior from? He learned it from Austin. That's where he learned it from. Because Austin showed him a video, y'all. It's on camera. I'm going to bring it out. Austin don't even know what video it is because he has so many videos with this dude. It's unbelievable. But Austin showed him the phone, and Floyd looked at it, and Floyd was like, wow, yo, this is crazy, yo. You banging her out? Wow. And Austin was like, yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? I got to get myself, get back in the thing. You know what I mean? And they were all looking at the video like, yo, what kind of weirdo stuff is this, bro? What kind of sick animals? You dudes are going overseas. Record. Do those women know they on tape? Of course not. So that means that your man Austin is out there videotaping himself banging women out, and the women don't even know, bro. They don't even know what's going on. They don't even know they on tape topping brothers off. So that means while Shorty probably topping you off, you busy showing Floyd what you doing, dog. So let me get this straight. All you passport bros or whatever the heck you call yourself, y'all all be shooting flicks, showing each other. That's how y'all get off? What kind of weirdo stuff is this? And for you, Austin, to be up in the crib with this dude every other day, cutting his hair, buying him clothes, y'all sleeping in the same Airbnb, the same so-called hotel, y'all out there just doing what y'all do, that was your man's, bro. So you know about him already. So don't try to distance yourself, trying to call the dude out, talking about, oh, yeah, he's a weirdo. Yeah. I always knew something was wrong with him. Man, stop it. You was with him, dog. You was with him. And we're going to bring out all these tapes, bro. We're going to bring them all out. Like I said, fam, when it comes to these YouTube streets, I don't trust nobody. I roll solo. I don't trust nobody. Everybody's guilty, bro. Everybody's a suspect. I don't trust none of these content creators. Nobody. Because everybody's in on something, bro. None of these dudes is faithful. None of these dudes is loyal. They'll turn on you in a minute. These YouTube streets is filled with snakes. And I've learned my lesson a long time ago not to trust nobody. I roll 100% solo. So don't even say you know me. Don't even say we cool. Nothing. You know what I mean? Because when it comes to this case, I'm on this case by myself. Real talk. And I don't trust nobody. So make sure you put the word out there and let everybody know. This is where the real source of the info is. Because I go in and I bring out receipts, real voice notes, the evidence. Your man's Holloman literally manufactured and influenced Floyd. And he don't want to hold himself accountable for it. He busy going around playing the victim like somebody's supposed to be scared of him or something. Like somebody's doing something wrong. Bro, you literally threw the entire Passport Bro community under the bus and accused everybody of messing with 6-year-olds in your video title. Do you not know what that means? Your video title alone is ultra misleading because you threw everybody under the bus. Now, I can have my opinions about these Passport Bros, but I didn't put that in no damn title. That's what you did. Passport Bros in Brazil. So that's more than one. So we're not even talking about Floyd. We're talking about a group of Passport Bros based on the title, Passport Bros in Brazil with 6-year-olds with an S, not 6-year-old, 6-year-olds. So that means that what Austin is suggesting is that a group of Passport Bros are in Brazil and they're all messing with underage girls, children. That's what the title suggests. So when you click on it, you're expecting to know about these names of all these different alleged Passport Bros, who they are. But the subject matter is about Floyd. But he coined it Passport Bros, which mean more than one. Think about what he did. But you mad at me. See, I don't really care if you mad at me if you're a Passport Bro. Because the way I move, the way I'm cut, the cloth that I'm cut from, if it don't apply to you, shut up. If it don't apply to you, why are you mad? You mad because you're doing something out there. That's right. You see, if a bunch of black women was on YouTube saying black men ain't ish, black men don't take care of their kids, that don't bother me because I take care of mine. So I'm not offended. I don't really care what they say. You know what I mean? And I'm talking about the black women that always bash men, all right? If they said these things about black men, it don't apply to me. So I really don't care. So when you see black men getting upset, oh, I don't know why these women keep talking about us brothers not being fathers. That dude is not taking care of his kids. And black women will know by the fact that you arguing with women. See, brothers, when you start arguing with women, they already know something wrong with you. You zesty, you sassy, something wrong with you because you busy arguing with a damn woman. Sometimes women will test you, put you in a position, say something just to trigger you, see how you move. And when you start arguing back and forth with them, they already know you guilty. Because if it don't apply to you, why you salty for? You see what I mean? A man that is not bothered is not even going to waste his time with it. So when we do these videos and we call out all of these different things, anybody you see getting salty is doing something behind the scenes. You can't tell me that out of all the so-called Passport Bros, traveling brothers, or whatever you want to call these groups, you can't tell me that everybody that is doing that stuff is doing it right. You can't tell me that. Some dudes may be doing it right. Most dudes are doing it wrong. And you know it. And like I said, if Floyd didn't get caught, he would still be messing with these kids, bro. And here's another thing. How Austin know the age of the kids? How you know? Because your title said age 6. How you know, Austin? How you know that? Austin, how you know that? How you know that? Because the news media didn't say that. The news media never put an age. Not that I've heard of. So how you know? How you know they 6 years old, Austin? How you know that? How he and why he brought the age all the way down to 6 years old? Were you looking for clicks and views to make it a little more shocking and enticing? How do you know they're 6-year-olds? Why your mind was focused on 6-year-olds? I'm just asking questions. The people want to know. See, this is the court of public opinion. And here's another thing. Again, all you YouTubers stealing my talking points. I'm the one who coined the phrase, the court. This is court. We're having court. Stop stealing my damn talking point. Yo, bro, when I tell you this whole YouTube thing, bro, it's like dudes got no originality, bro. They're busy watching somebody else's flow, somebody else's swag, and they're busy trying to mimic it, seeing how they can maneuver. Bro, this is court. I'm having court. I'm the damn judge, bro. I'm the attorney too. And everybody's on trial. All these YouTubers are on trial. Everybody on trial. Everybody. Ain't none of you damn safe from Ringo TV. Nobody's safe. If you made videos, if you didn't do no videos, I'm coming for you. If I don't see you YouTubers making videos about this situation, I'm coming for you too. Because I mean you hiding something. That's right. You hiding something too. I see a couple of you cats, you making videos. I see you doing your thing. All right. Cool. But you other YouTubers that got platforms and you got microphones, you better get to work. You better get to work and come on these airwaves and start addressing this situation because it's about to get real hot. It's about to get real hot. If your man Floyd went down, there's more. There's more dudes out there. Trust and believe. We got to hold everybody accountable. Now is the time. Before we go into the new year, we got to smoke out all the PDF files. We got to get them all out. Who's traveling right now? Who's overseas? You got to look for them. You got to call them out. What are they doing on their channels? What are they doing? This dude, Holloman, showed Floyd a video of him banging a woman out. Well, we don't even know if it's a woman. We don't know. He showed him the tape. So, watch this. If Holloman showed Floyd a videotape of him getting it in with a woman or possibly an alleged underage girl, what makes you not think or believe that there's a possibility that Floyd got video footage of Holloman allegedly doing things with women too? They could have been in the same room with two broads, bro, or two underage girls, allegedly. And your man's Floyd got it on tape. Come on now. See, I'm just putting info out there to make y'all think and use y'all mind. Because your man Floyd got like 50 SD cards, like 5 cell phones, teddy bears and duckies, you know, puppet master duckies for the damn kids. Ain't that something? That's some sick-ish, bro. What the heck? What is it? What were you doing with the puppet doll, bro? What were you doing? And why is Austin trying to play the victim like, oh, everybody's slandering my name? Bro, shut up, bro. Own up and be a damn man for once. You out here exploiting these damn women. Your whole platform shows a history of you going overseas to smash and dash women. It's all documented. The feds got you. You're done, bro. I don't care how much you cry, bro. I'm tired of these YouTubers playing victims. We grown men. If you out here doing dirt, own up and stop crying. Every time somebody make a video about somebody, they want to talk about, oh, you slander. Man, shut up, bro. You on camera telling the world that you're a sex tourist. Do you understand how that look? You are on camera telling the world we're all sex tourists. What? What? What did you say, Austin? What? You a sex tourist? So that means you deliberately went overseas to negotiate with women in exchange for sex for cash. And you admitted it on camera. Oh, a judge would love to hear that. I would like to see your face in a courtroom when we play that tape and you tell the world you're a sex tourist. I want to see what are you going to say? Oh, I was just playing, Your Honor. No, you weren't playing. That's exactly what you said. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. If you can't afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you. You're done, bro. So the best thing you could do is shut up. That's the best thing you could do. You think us brothers on social media is dumb? Like we just sitting around here and just playing some little game? No, we dealing with this issue head on, fam.
And to all you damn trolls in the chat talking ish, why you watching me for? You up watching me talking about yapping. Why don't you go to bed? It's bedtime. Go to sleep. You busy watching me. It makes no sense. I'm here doing my job because a lot of these cats ain't working. I'm doing my job in these YouTube streets, cleaning up this damn mess. And you have all these clowns trolling all damn day. A lot of them be those damn secret PDF files in the comments. Literally trying to defend Austin still. When this dude accused the entire Passport Bros community of messing with 6-year-olds. Right there in this video title. It's right there. Come on now. You can hate me all you want. You can't erase the stain that Austin put out there. Austin is the one who influenced and groomed Floyd into becoming what he became. And we have all the video evidence. And that's why this thing is so incriminating, because the dude, Austin, busy playing like, acting as if though, well, Floyd got his own mind. He's just doing his own thing that have nothing to do with me. Bro, it has everything to do with you because you on video grooming him. I got video proof that I got from your man David's platform of you walking with your man's Floyd, and you said on camera that Floyd was influenced by you. Matter of fact, man, I should probably just go get this thing and play that thing on air, bro.
All right, so someone's saying Ringo is not clear either. They're saying he's not clear either. So there's some wild stuff out about him as well. I think there was like a domestic abuse or something like that, you know, Hebrew Israelite stuff, but this is way different than abusing children. So that's not the same. Stop it.
Let me see if I could go get that thing, bro. Let me see if I could go get that. Give me a minute, guys. Give me a minute. Let me see. How do I do this? Give me a minute, guys. I'm going to go get my laptop. I'm going to play this audio for you, gang. Give me a minute.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And see, this is the thing. Like I said, let me go back to the original thing is that I had a person come into my audience for Meeting of the Minds that was saying, hey, I'm a Passport Brothers, and you black women don't know how to be submissive. Y'all don't know how to do X, Y, and Z. Well, lo and behold, that whole Passport Brother movement, they're getting prostitutes up the street. They're fooling around with kids. You know what I'm saying? So all they did was find a country where the age of consent was lower, and now they get to mess around and fool around with little young girls without having. And I think that what happened in this young man's situation that we're talking about, I think that he got caught. There's no way you had all the equipment sitting out ready to film what, you know, it's just weird. Teddy bears and snuffle, you know, whatever. I hope that the young lady comes and speaks out next, but I'm sure that she probably won't.
Right, so let me do this. Get the volume up. All right, so now what we have here is Austin and your man, Floyd. Right, so let me rewind this back. I'm going to play the tape for you. And I want you to listen to this carefully. Here we go.
I don't know how much y'all keep here, but I'll show you at the register. So we out here at Puerto de Baja right now. I finally bought, as I showed you earlier, I finally bought some swimming trunks and flip-flops after 2 weeks of being out here. 3 weeks of being in Brazil, actually almost a month. But we got Fred and we got Floyd. Floyd is a subscriber of mine. He was on one of my live streams. He said he was inspired by the video, so he came out here to Brazil. That means a lot, that people are actually watching the videos to the point where I inspired them to come out here. Now,
you heard that? Let's play that again, fam.
Floyd came out here with nowhere to stay. So we got to work on him getting him an Airbnb or a hotel. That was a bold move he took right there. And Floyd didn't bring no clothes either, so we're gonna have to take him to the mall and get him some gear and cut his hair up too. I need to give him a haircut too. We're gonna get Floyd all the way together.
Wow.
And we're gonna let him get a testimony of what it was like being 2 weeks with Austin, and he experienced what the hell I hyped up out here. So we in shopping Baja. We got Floyd with us.
You heard that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, who was Floyd influenced by? And we got more. We got more, fam. Let's go. Hold on. Let me get it right. Give me a minute. Where's that button at? Oh, shit. Damn laptop about to die, fam. Look at the damn E button. Look at that, bro. Battery life is dead, bro. Damn. Let's hurry up, fam, before the battery die, bro. I can always run and get the charger.
Go get it, bro. What are you doing?
How you doing, guys? We got Fred. And we got to give Floyd some new gear because he didn't come out here with shit. So he can't wear this the whole 2 weeks. So we got
This is little brotherhood of support each other over there overseas.
And let me tell y'all something.
Messing with kids.
Because some of y'all in the comments talking about, oh, I hope you ain't out there just on YouTube. You can get canceled.
I don't know what the heck is going on with their video. Video keeps stopping.
Fresh and fit.
Damn. Damn laptop shut down, guys. Who cares? We got what we needed. We got what we needed, guys. So, from Austin's own mouth, he literally influenced Floyd to the point where Floyd came down to Brazil. Floyd wasn't in Brazil. Floyd was influenced by Austin to come out to Brazil because Floyd saw Austin with the women, saw Austin doing what he's doing. It's like, yo, man, I'm inspired. To the point where he went down to Brazil with no clothes, no nothing. Austin and his other partner and them had to make sure they get Floyd right. They took him shopping. He bought a couple of items. It's all on video, guys. It's all on video. You see what I mean? So Floyd was manufactured. Floyd was influenced. He didn't just come to Brazil and just start messing with kids. This stuff was implanted in him, bro. And what Holloman is doing is he's not taking accountability for this. Like, there's a plethora of videos on his platform showing a timeline of events of how Floyd was created,
Hey, Grand Rising.
manufactured, influenced, groomed into doing certain things.
So for those that are just coming into the chat, what happened is that there's a young man, I'm not sure if he's autistic or what, but he's a part of the whole Passport Brothers movement. They call it a movement, which is like, what? It's a movement, but they say it's a movement, right? And he's a part of that movement. And he's pretty much up there with this other guy, Austin, who was the leader of it all and the brand ambassador of it all. But he just got caught up with in Brazil for fooling around with like little 6-year-olds and little kids. And so I'm just covering this because I'm like, what? You know what I'm saying? So, and I showed an earlier video of when, I had my show Meeting of the Minds and how, you had this one Passport brother talking about how unruly Black women are. We need to be quiet and nobody wants a woman that's like this. But he proudly stated, I'm a Passport brother. And this is my wife, and she's submissive. She cooks and she does this and that. And of course, it got like interrupted by the people on the panel. But it's crazy how they even, if anything, they should have been like, okay, what? Like, I know how to cook. What are we doing here? Why? Okay, so you don't have to like try to make women out to be less because you prefer that. That's your preference. And so what's happening is we're now finding out that a lot of this stuff is sex tourism, which I already knew. You know, there's white people have been doing it for the longest, going over to Thailand, hooking up with little kids. There's like been all kind of documentaries I've seen, all of them. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them. So, I mean, and now you have us going over to Brazil with the same nonsense because you want some little 14-year-old cootie cat, little young cootie cat. And then you want to come to us and say we're not submissive enough. Well, hell, if I'm 14, if I was 14, I probably would be submissive too, sir. Crazy.
You understand? And when we bring out these videos, a lot of times the trolls, they worship Holloman. You know what I mean? They just deride Holloman all damn day. And it's just sad, you know? And shout out to everybody that supported. I know I probably missed one super chat. My bad. Yeah, I know I'm working right now. I'm on a cell phone. When I'm on a cell phone, you know, it is what it is. You said Austin said out of his own mouth he paid for Floyd Hotel and Airbnb. What fruity ish is that? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like to see Austin trying to distance himself from his mans and them.
And listen, I'm gonna show you how the Austin guy is up here like, oh no, I'm not, I can't believe it. You know what I'm saying? Apparently they're saying this and they're saying that. But it's like, what? Like, you know, it's like, ain't this your friend?
It's not shocking. And so pay attention closely when people say they want these virgins and they need to be super fertile and shit, right? Like the dudes that constantly despise a woman that's over 18. I mean, you guys know what I'm talking about. Like that whole red pill manosphere thing, they constantly talk about, and you think about it, they pick the lowest age, 18, which is basically saying that this is legally as low as I can go, is basically what they're saying. So just pay attention when they say that. Because you never know. You never know who these people are. But anyway, let me know what you guys think in the comments. And yeah, if you guys are not a member to join these weekly webinars, we are hosting a weekly webinar this Sunday. And it'll only be...
Cut out the webinars. Webinar of what? What is the webinar for? What do you need a webinar on how to go over to overseas and hook up with little girls? What is a webinar about?
Fucking crazy. Like this whole Floyd shit, like, bro. So I'm gonna give you guys another rundown because I had to update, and yeah. So what we're seeing now with Floyd is getting worse and worse, basically, right? This is Floyd being arrested.
That's his friend.
And I'm gonna read you some of the new things the news said.
Man, this is crazy, right? So this is his buddy, Austin. And he reported it just like anybody else would. That was crazy. But this guy, Austin, apparently is the head of the Passport Brothers or something like that. I don't really understand what's really the dynamic about why he's so important. But apparently he's like the main Passport Brother guy. Right? But he is gossiping and stuff like more about his friend because the Floyd guy was his friend. And he used to bring him over to whatever and taught him in his little classroom, whatever he got going on, little courses and stuff. Man, this is messed up. I hope that I feel sorry for the kids, the young people. They said he had teddy bears, y'all. Teddy bears and rubber duckies and all kind of weird stuff for kids and stuff. I don't know how true that is, but people are saying that.
The authorities also indicate that the man paid for the trips with money collected from a foreign financiers, whatever that is, financiers, whatever. In exchange, he transmitted the sexual acts to the criminal. So in other words, he was basically selling the kids and paying for them to go to. So basically, he was running a ring, right? after complying with the search and seizure warrant Monday, the agents found a flash drive and the equipment stored a video of sexual abuse of a 6-year-old produced by the man.
Child. And you mean to tell me you don't know nothing about this and now you're reporting it like everybody else? But you're the leader of this group of people that go overseas and hook up with little girls and chicks and whatever and prostitutes and whatever it is. What are we doing here, bro? I'm not buying this whole like thing where you're just reporting it like everybody else and now you're throwing him underneath the bus. Like if anything, this I don't know, man.
With the consent of a woman, the woman possibly being the victim's mother. And yes, human trafficking, a lot of times, you guys, we see the movies and we see that, oh, little kid just walking home from school gets snatched up. Unfortunately, especially in the United States, unfortunately, that does happen, especially in cities like Baltimore. But I heard whenever I was in, child development, or it was some class I took in high school, that's only 10% of the cases. Only 10% of the time is there some horrible snatching up and then getting kidnapped and we don't know where the kid is at. 90% of the time, it's by a family member or somebody they know, a friend or something like that, right? When it comes to all sorts of human trafficking, but especially kids. So you have a very fucked up person that would sell their own child. And I've heard this kind of stuff many times. How the fuck do you do that? Like, how do you literally, something has to be like, I don't know. I don't know if this is some kind of ritual and they just prey on people that have mental illnesses, because your mind has to be fucked up. You have to have a mental illness to do something like this. And maybe there's people, I don't know. I don't know, man. I really don't know. And then here's even worse. Sexual exploitation. According to the investigation, the man is.
Here's the part that's really weird is that this whole investigation involves him. The very guy that's talking, he is in the investigation. That's what's weird. It's like you're pretending like you're not a part of this whole thing, sir. Hold on, let me. Okay, I think this has a news story because what? Hold on, because I'm like what? He's up there talking to me, reporting them like it's like some news to him. I'm like, sir, like what? You're in the news, like you are like the leader of this.
What's up, YouTube?
Let me put what?
Let's double check for feedback. Death food in Brazil. It looks like Brazilians haven't forgiven him for whatever happened there. So, yeah, he might say to feel good on his YouTube channels, but them Brazilians are not playing. It looks like they're doing a more broader sweep of the Passport Bros as a collective. Okay, so let me start, since there's a few of you already here. Let's start with this video that I came across last night. I shared a bit of it on the community tab. It's gonna be in Portuguese, but towards the end we'll switch it up. It'll have some English there. So let's go ahead and get through it. Again, Portuguese sounds like Spanish, so I may be able to catch a few words and try to explain it as we go, but let's go.
Boa noite. Boa noite. YouTuber americano preso no Brasil por exploração sexual agia livremente na...
Okay, I understood that. It says, good evening. There's an American YouTuber that arrived in Brazil to participate in sex tourism.
Na internet, mesmo tendo várias passagens policiais nos Estados Unidos.
Ele usava contas em aplicativos.
And it's talking about this guy has an extensive encounter with law enforcement in the US. Portuguese really sounds like Spanish. So if you're a good Spanish speaker, you should be able to understand it. It's a hard language to speak, I think. But for Spanish speakers, it's quite easy to understand what they're talking about.
Perfis em redes sociais para agenciar encontros entre os clientes e mulheres, inclusive adolescentes. A Polícia do Rio procura mais integrantes dessa rede criminosa.
Take your phone down, put your hands straight out to your side.
For what crime being detained for?
You have any weapons on you?
For what crime am I being detained?
Okay, so this footage you're watching is one of Floyd's old videos with U.S. law enforcement. That's why it's in English. They're bringing this up because the Brazilians are establishing that this person had an extensive criminal record in the U.S. and should have never been allowed into Brazil, especially now that Brazil requires a visa for U.S. citizens to go into Brazil.
For? You don't have a right to do this, you know that, right?
Floyd Wallace Jr. é youtuber nos Estados Unidos. Nos vídeos publicados no canal dele, uma série de confrontos com a polícia, prisões e polêmicas.
They're accusing me of disturbing the peace. Don't know how I disturbed the peace. I was minding my own business, exercising my constitutional rights.
O criador de conteúdo responde a processos em 13 estados norte-americanos. No Brasil, ele também gravou vídeos para a internet, até ser acusado de crimes com...
He's exercising his constitutional rights in another country, sir? What are you talking about? You're exercising your constitutional rights in Brazil, sir? Like, see, that's already, this guy is ridiculous. He doesn't even know that there's different laws in different countries.
Crianças. Floyd Wallace Jr. foi preso no centro de São Paulo em uma operação conjunta entre a Polícia Paulista e a do Rio. Entre os itens apreendidos com ele, celulares e bichos de
I still can't get my freaking head around this doll stuff, man.
pelúcia. A investigação aponta que o estrangeiro usava a influência que tinha na internet para aliciar ou explorar sexualmente crianças e adolescentes aqui no Rio.
So I picked out a little bit from what this guy is saying. There's this investigation they're doing is not just Floyd. So they are accusing him. And yesterday we didn't really capture this part of our stream. They are accusing him of working for people. So there are guys in the US that are asking him for certain materials, and he's working for those people. So he's sending this footage to those people. He's giving those girls out to those people. Not necessarily that he is involved with it. I mean, there's some of the cases where he is involved with it, but the bigger case is that he's a facilitator for that material for people here in the US. And this same report talks about the Brazilian authorities working with DHS here in the US, Homeland Security. That's actually how they were able to find his identity, his online records and his identity to match him with the data that came out of Uber. So private parties involved. Uber was involved as a company in helping find who this person was, Floyd in this case. And also the US government is already involved. I've seen material, and I'll show it to you again, where countries where Floyd was in, especially Colombia, is also looking into some of his activities while he lived in Colombia. And
look, I'm nosy as hell.
I think the Brazilians are onto something very big. If I'm Austin Holloman, I don't feel good about this.
Ele tinha perfis falsos.
I need to learn how to speak Spanish and Portuguese so I get all the tea in their language and be like, oh, okay, that's what they said. They was like this, that, the other. My nosy ass. I'm like, I want to hear what they saying myself and know what the language is.
Em aplicativos de transporte e usava essas plataformas de corrida para gerenciar os encontros entre menores e pedófilos.
Duas menores teriam entrado no veículo desacompanhadas e não sabiam direito com quem elas iriam encontrar, apenas informando que seriam com um homem mais velho e estrangeiro.
Em uma live nessa terça-feira, outro youtuber que aparecia em vídeo.
Honey, they got all it on there. I was just playing his video. He on the news too in Brazil. I wish I knew what they were saying with my nosy self. I want to know what they saying. They blah 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 blah. I want to know what they talking about. I'm nosy as hell. Like what they saying? Ooh, my God, that's messed up, right? But they need to get his ass. That's crazy.
Otro YouTuber that is has some relation with this guy. Austin was involved in a real shit here in Kenya. Yep. Same dudes, man. I'm telling you, these guys are guilty.
So
as
Austin
fuck.
was over in Kenya while
They're all involved. But as you can see, the Brazilians have already connected Austin to him. Of all YouTubers, why would they connect Austin Holloman to this guy?
now,
That
if you don't
tells
know
me
who
the
Austin
Brazilians are
Holloman is,
watching
I was just
Austin.
playing the video. Austin Holloman is this guy this guy right here. Hold on, let me see. This is Austin Holloman right here. Boom. And you see how he's like, oh, it's just tragic. He did this and he did that, and blah, blah, blah. Honey, you connected with the whole thing too. They tied you right on into it. He just stay like, oh, it's just a mess what he got himself into. Sir, you're being implicated as well as like the ringleader of this whole thing. So be careful about who you point the finger at. You know what I'm saying? Because 3 or 4 fingers be pointing at you, sir.
Holloman's YouTube channel. I won't be surprised if there's an extradition request for this guy.
I wish I could speak.
I will not be surprised. I'm not saying there will be, but I'll not be surprised. I've seen a lot of these cases where I understand how it goes. These guys were together for a long time. There's no way he would know. And that's why he was quick. Same with the Gerello shit. This is why he was so quick to do a response video. But let's keep watching.
Vídeos com Floyd, disse que o amigo tinha atitudes estranhas, mas que não esperava o envolvimento com menores.
I would have never thought nothing like that, but it's also not shocking. Like
You see, yesterday we talked about how this could be used as evidence against Floyd. And the Brazilians picked exactly this moment to put in their broadcast. This thing that Austin said is going to help the Brazilian prosecutors. And also, whatever they find on Floyd's hard drive could, I'm saying could, okay, we got to be careful here, could implicate this guy. Because I have a feeling that the Brazilians are actually looking for this guy.
Hey, what's up?
He has a history with them that they don't like.
Can you imagine?
They've played the long game. He knows it. That's why he never went back there. Even though he talks openly on his channels about going back to Brazil, he's never going to go back there. Because he has a history there.
You understand what I'm saying? Y'all see what I'm saying? See, I guess this guy have followed this whole passport brother stuff. Okay, so he knows, okay, he ain't fixing to go back to Brazil. He been talking about to go back to Brazil. But he done been in Kenya and other countries with that wild stuff with these younger girls. You hear me? So, and he's up there on his channel, up there like, oh Lord, I don't know how he's gonna get through it. Oh Lord, I just don't know. Oh, that's messed up. He done did a whole live stream, about an hour and a half live stream, talking about his situation. And they clipped that shit and put it on the news. They said, oh, this is the ringleader right here. And he's talking against his own friend. They're going to use this guy's discussion on YouTube against the other dude probably in the courtroom. That's crazy, man. This is crazy. Say, hey, hello. Right, he playing dumb. Exactly. Hide your kids, hide your wives, for real, bro. Does anybody else know consciously? Are you aware of this whole situation? Because this is like some crazy stuff to me. I'm like, what? He has to watch them watching this. And he up there like, oh, I don't know. Man, I knew there was something going on. I just didn't know what it was. Nana is malicious. He's anti-black unity. Honey, you know what's anti-black unity? Go on Passport Brothers is anti-black unity. Get out of here. Everybody talk about, everybody want to make it about FBA and everything. No, this ain't about no FBA shit. This is about like the news and what's going on. At least he can speak Portuguese and decode what they're saying, because I don't know what the hell. He was able to translate it. So I ain't got no problem with whoever this guy is. I mean, he's anti-black unity. What? Let's go.
An extradition request for him to even testify could be a reason for them to bring charges on him, because I think this is the guy the Brazilians are really looking for. The amount of disrespect that he gave them, I don't think
It's so crazy because they'll say like that this guy's against Black unity, but the whole thing of the whole like ideology of Passport Brothers is not for Black unity, bro. If you're for FBA, you shouldn't be for Passport Brothers, bro. And I don't know exactly who Nana is and what his background is. I'm just following what his reporting of it, because he can actually translate the Portuguese news.
forgiving him. And now somebody that was his right-hand man involved in this shit, all the signs point to more charges coming. Also, I saw on Razor's live stream, I went there yesterday, and I told them point blank, I wasn't on the panel. I just said, I was there for about maybe 10 minutes. But I super chatted and I said, you guys are all responsible for this shit. None of you are, and he went on a long-winded explanation as to why they are not. No, when you encourage guys like this to travel, and they do this, you're responsible. When you fundraise for people like this to travel, you're part of it. Okay, you are part of it. You own it or shut up. All right, don't come out here and try to prove that you're righteous. You're not. You're not doing things right.
Hey, I'm sorry. I don't know. No lies detected, sir. I'm like conscious, we cool and everything, but I gotta like go along with what this guy is saying. Is that okay? So now this dude is trying to turn against the other guy while he's getting thrown under the bus to save himself. That's not Black unity right there. Best bet would have been to be quiet. You know what I'm saying? Your boy's in the clinker for doing some PDO stuff. So I wouldn't be up here on YouTube commenting on it almost like some ooh, looks like he, oh man, oh, right? But that's your friend, that's your so-called buddy, and they be putting together trips and trying to raise money for people to go over there and get some cootie cat. Maybe they never got none over here. I don't know what's going on about this whole thing. Maybe they can't get none over here in the United States. It's weird and awkward. I don't know. But whatever's going on is, they probably reach out to him, say, I'm a virgin. I never had SEX before. And then they go on a trip to Brazil, get turned out by a few prostitutes over there. And next thing you know, they're putting together whole stings and getting a part of a whole thing, recording people and sending the videos over. They become they get just turned all the way out, bro. And next thing you know, they get set up by somebody. And here you go, I don't feel sorry for him, And I'm gonna tell you, see, I didn't really know that much about the Passport Bros until somebody came on my show that I did, like I said, about a few years ago. And then, the women on my panel were talking about how, they probably was a little wild busting out car windows when their boyfriend was pissing them off. And so this is what the Passport Brother had to say on Meeting of the Minds that we did about 3 years ago.
It's the man's fault that women are like this. I don't understand how no man made her break windows, how no man makes this woman a sugar lady. I don't understand how we are at fault. This is a woman's fault. This is what
it's our fault.
What has happened is they tried to demasculate men, and because of that, they don't allow us to be men. There is no thing. I make 3 times more than my wife. I would never be like, oh, I make more than you. I'm the boss. She the boss of the house. I don't understand how these women are like this. This is what happened to me when I was about 20. I was in college. This one girl I liked. She was all that. I was in fraternity, played football, all kinds of girls. But I wanted to pursue her. And she said to me, she said, you a player? I said, no, I'll change for you, babe. She said, you'll never get me how you are. I'll never see you. You can't. So in order to get someone, you have to change first. A lot of y'all are talking, when I get married, you'll never find a man.
Wait a minute. So do you hear the story he's telling? Now he said he was a player. He said he was in a fraternity, and this, that, the other, and he was in love with this girl. Right? This is the story he tells. Right? He was in love with this woman, and I guess this is like the reason why he became a passport brother or whatever. And it doesn't really make any sense. It's like, okay, so you said I'll change for you, baby. But she's like, honey, you'll never get me how you are because you out here hoeing around. You being wild. And then he skips it and talks about women and how they're promiscuous. Like, sir, you were promiscuous. And now you want to make it about being a passport bro and how she's submissive and this, that, the other. But you was out here hoeing around. Listen to what he actually, let me go back to the beginning of the story because listen to what he's saying. And somehow he's trying to blame it on women. It's like, no, sir, you were a hoe, bro.
This is what
It's our fault.
What has happened is they tried to demasculate men, and because of that, they don't allow us to be men. There is no thing. I make 3 times more than my wife. I would never be like, oh, I make more than you. I'm the boss. She the boss of the house. I don't understand how these women are like this. This is what happened to me when I was about 20. I was in college. This one girl I liked. She was all that. I was in fraternity, played football, all kinds of girls, but I wanted to pursue her.
All kinds of girls.
She said to me,
pursue her.
because she said, you're a player. I said, no, I'll change.
So he had all kinds of girls. He was in the basketball team, in the fraternities. He had all type of different chicks, right? But he had this one girl that he was interested in. The girl says, you're a player. He said, I'll change for you, baby. And she says, you'll never get me how you are. So what's wrong with what she's saying? It's like, I'm not going to change my morals to be with you when I know that you have been sleeping around with all these other women and you're like a hoe on campus. I don't even understand the story. The story don't even matter. What are we saying? Is it? And then I guess this is the beginning of his passport brother saga. Like, what? How does this make any sense? So it sounds like to me it's a bunch of people that just have these weird, awkward. They're just whores. They're whores, and they just want to be able to whore around. And they blame the woman for it and say, "Well, it's the woman's fault." No, sir. You already admitted you were a hoe, and because she didn't want to get with you, now it's the woman's fault. That's what it sounds like. What he's saying to me. Listen to it again.
This is what
It's our fault.
What has happened is they tried to demasculate men, and because of that, they don't allow us to be men. There is no thing. I make 3 times more than my wife. I would never be like, oh, I make more than you. I'm the boss. She's the boss of the house. I don't understand how these women are like this. This is what happened to me when I was about 20. I was in college. This one girl I liked. She was all that. I was in fraternity, played football, all kinds of girls, but I wanted to pursue her. And she said to me, she said, you're a player. I said, no, I'll change for you, babe. She said, you'll never get me how you are. I'll never see you. You can't. So in order to get someone, you have to change first. A lot of y'all are talking, when I get married, you'll never find a man. What man is going to say, I want a woman who busts my windows? That just doesn't happen. So when you act like that, no, that's not a man. That's not a man. See, the problem is y'all deal with a lot of boys. And the reason y'all deal with boys is because they mama raised them and they didn't have a father in the house. Because if you have a real man, he won't have that. He's not going to deal with that type of woman.
I was going to say, they're not going to stay around long enough.
He don't deal with that. And so these single moms are raising boys that they wouldn't even date.
Here's the thing: is that Amber, I think she was in her like 20s when she was talking about busting out car windows and stuff. I think that what's her name? Sydney Starr was in her like late 20s early 30s about talking about that she's the red ribbon, even though she's a transgender. So when she talking about that she'll pay for the sex, that's a male thing. Well, no, I'm not gonna get into that. But that's like, even though she's a transgender, that's male like behavior. I mean, no offense to the transgenders. So she's still carrying over male behavior into her feminine, even though she looks like a woman, she's carrying over male behavior as I'll pay for men to. That's a part of like that community, I believe. I don't think that's. Let me be quiet about transgender. I don't know what. Let me be quiet. I don't want to like offend nobody, but I know Amber Ali, when she talking about busting out windows, she is in her 20s. So he's talking about like ain't no man going to accept that and blah 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 blah. Like third, like you were in your 20s hoeing around on college campuses. Come on, I'll change for you, baby. So come on now. But now you want to get up here and give a lecture and a speech. Go ahead, Sakina Rob. Welcome to the channel.
Thank you for having me. This is another great topic. I've recently kind of sort of been hearing about the passport boys. But I never heard this side of this person right here. So I'm glad to hear somebody else talking about this person. However, this is kind of getting into the Diddy case and the Epstein files and some like the R. Kellys and some of everybody, right? Even the Bill Cosby said and unsaid, because like with the Bill Cosby situation, some of the witnesses said they met him at the penthouse. Remember what's the guy name that had the penthouse and the Playboy Mansion, right? But that didn't seem to be a problem, knowing that you met him at the Playboy Mansion with the Playboy. Hugh Hefner? Yes, Hugh Hefner. And so if you met Bill Cosby at the Playboy Mansion with the Playboy bunnies and the Playboy magazine, and you knew at that time that those girls themselves were 16, and so, but none of that was a problem, and Hugh Hefner was 16. What? Yeah, come on in. So Hugh Hefner was not a problem. It was Bill Cosby. And y'all dropped statutory things for Bill Cosby to go on trial. And Hugh Hefner had no problems during all that time. But yet it was all about Bill Cosby. So what are we saying? And so much so that they took his doctrine. They took his PhD. So you see what I'm saying?
Away that he got from Nora House?
Yes, and they took that too. So the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away, his title. So what are we saying? And so now what they doing in Brazil is the same thing we doing here. So it doesn't matter if the case was different, it's still the same thing, y'all. The women and the case was 25 years old, and the statues were dropped and took and gave to and brought back, and the charges were brought back against him. And then that's why they released him, because they took the statues and then they gave them back. So look into the case. It's not different, it's the same, right? And then here we go. So these passport boys are broke as all get out, because y'all have to understand the dollar in America is a different value somewhere else. That's why that boy was able to be going broke with no suitcases. Somebody in the chat said that, and I agreed. How do you go somewhere to a third world country with not a suitcase? Broke as all get out. And Brazil said that was their whole thing. And Deborah, I think that was you that said it. How do you go somewhere broke and without a suitcase? And so that's why Brazil is saying
like some of these guys, what'll happen is that they'll get robbed and then they don't have their passport. What'll happen is they'll like be hoeing out there in Brazil. The hoes, when they probably put them to sleep, or while they're asleep, probably give them something, have them all knocked out, take all their stuff, and then they up there sit up there begging everybody, okay, well now I'm at the airport, I ain't got no plane ticket. I ain't got no passport to get back home. Nothing. That type of
True. But when did we stop leaving with our American Express? We started that in the 80s, in the 70s.
No,
right?
no. Listen, imagine that you go over there. They have this thing called scopolamine, right?
Mhm.
And they can like just blow it into your face, or like just you can smell their neck, and it'll go into your nose, and then you just turn into a zombie at that point. And they can tell you to go take all your money out of your bank account, go do this, and you don't have no recollection of anything that happened. This is why I think it's really crazy that they're even encouraging people to go over to countries that have this drug readily available, that they can like pretty much rob you blind and you don't even have any recollection of anything. And it actually can kill you at the wrong dose.
Okay, well, let me land though. Let me land with this, because this is my irritation. Because some of us are getting to when we get to these other countries and whatnot, and we try to get away with the very thing that he did, and because we do it here as well, y'all. And right, and so two wrongs don't make a right. And so because the sex trafficking that they're doing. And this is why I said with the Epstein files and everything that's going on, y'all. And so that's the whole problem with them going to these other countries and the value of the American dollar. But then we have people right now that move to other countries, right? And then they set up podcasts and what have you. And then for the donations and everything here to build their money when they get to other camps or whatever in other countries. You see what I'm saying? So with him packing a bag to go to a third world country, he didn't get robbed or anything. He went there with no luggage, no suitcase, with the intent to sex traffic on kids and do everything that he intended to do, right? Even if he was to set up the podcast and to build donations and whatnot off of the American people. You see what I'm saying? And to do what he did. This was the whole intent. And now he had the other person that was watching them watch him. And now they on the whole list of pedophiles and predators, right? And that's the whole bottom line. And then now in America, we have the same problem on the outside looking in. So Brasilia doing the same thing that we doing. And that's all I'm saying. Right. And so that's why this is an amazing topic, right? Because we on the outside looking in from their side, but that's what's happening on the inside. Everybody needs to start looking at that.
Yeah. And so let me just show you guys about this scopolamine situation, because this I don't think does this exist in America? Or I don't know if they have this. It hasn't hit America yet, but real quick, let's go.
Razor Rays here with you again tonight. And I have some breaking news coming out of Medellin, Colombia. Yeah, guys, our favorite place, Medellin. We have another gringo, courtesy of Minuto30.com, is reporting that a 69-year-old male from the United States of America has met a female. And guys, you guessed it, he has been drugged and robbed of his belongings. Now, right now, all I know is that he is inside a medical clinic called Las Vegas out there inside Medellin, Colombia. He is recovering. He was seen on the camera bringing the chica home, and they were inside his hotel out there inside Medellin for a few hours. But lo and behold, the female left. She left without the American foreigner, and his cell phone was missing. When the hotel attendants went inside, they seen his phone was missing, but of course they seen that he was knocked out. He was straight out knocked out on the floor or the bed. It was one or the other. I don't know exactly the details on that, but he was laid out, phone gone, phone missing. So obviously I believe she probably got some pesos also, some loose pesos. But those phones are highly valuable out there inside Colombia, and they will drug and rob you just for your phone alone, especially if it's a high-end phone. So, man, just another lesson learned, guys. I don't know. They did not say how the American foreigner met his chica. They didn't say if it was on a app such as Tinder or any other dating app. They just said that she was seen on the cameras going inside the hotel with the American foreigner, and she came out without him, and he was found laid out, courtesy of scopolamine, guys. Scopolamine, and man, that scopolamine is very rampant out there inside Medellin. I keep telling you guys. I'm going to continue to tell you guys over and over that there are, women out there that will try to get you to trust in them and believe in them, believe that they are very, very friendly, but they have an ulterior motive, and that ulterior motive is to slip that scopolamine inside your drink and rob you of your valuables.
I mean, yeah. People will rob. Hoes be robbing in America too, but they don't try to drug you with. Do they drug you as well? I don't know if that's a thing as well, the drugging aspect, What are your thoughts? Do you think, is that like the drugging part? Is that like a thing here in America? I don't think so.
Well, it became a thing. You see what I'm saying? It became.
Oh, they have scopolamine here in America now too, though?
Well, I don't know what it is, but drugging somebody has always became a thing. It was, now it's becoming a thing where it's actually killing people. You see what I'm saying? But I forget what they called it at one time. The mojos and the what have you, trying to, the nightcaps.
I did hear about little Visine and drink, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And so those were the things. It was always a thing to, one way or another. She did it, he did it, they did it, that's always been a thing. But it's going too far because now you accidentally killing somebody. You see what I'm saying? And it's going too far. So now it's with the intent. And that was the whole thing from the beginning. That's where witchcraft came in, because it was the intent. It was spiritual healing and medicine practicing, and then the intent made it witchcraft. And now you have, exactly, somebody said Spanish fly. There you go. So now all of a sudden you have all these names, right? And so here you have, it is what it is. So yeah.
What is it, Spanish fly? I wonder if that is scopolamine. Who knows?
See what I'm saying? They have all these things, right? And so they calling it all these things. It was herbs. You see, so you have minerals, you have herbs, and you have components and all these things. They call them elements, right? And so some of them are in the alphabet chart, elements and elemental P's, and
right. So that's scopolamine.
You know what I'm saying? So your grammars, you got to get it together. So when you think about it, you got to watch what you say. That's why it's power in words. And so people have to think about it. You say
he was getting high. I don't think he was like doing Rufinol, or I think he was doing GHB. But those things, I think you have. Well, you know what? They did say that they'd be asleep and then wake up and not and be
right, because you have your prefix and your suffix in your words. That's one, and then two is in the word when it comes to y'all call them codes. So in medicine, the code is in the bio means something, and in the prefix and the suffix in the codes when you get ready to code these things out. So when it comes to your health, you have to go with the coding of the words. And so I have to get it right, y'all, because when I start off my days, I do certain things and it makes me stutter and whatnot. So y'all have to excuse me. Cardio means heart. So y'all have to remember that. And then everybody knows that bio means a history. And so when we get into things of that nature, this is why grammar and everything means you have to follow the action of it. So when I said when the etymology changes, so does the action. I be trying to tell y'all something, and I'm not trying to preach and teach. And this is why my answers kind of be long, and I'm saying something. So when you get into words like that, this is why you have to follow the whole word, because when they add on the other etymology to it, then that's when that word might have came into fruition. That means the year and everything with it. Okay, there you go. So if bio means life, then the rest of that word had to bring that life with it as it came along. Thank you so much, Deborah. And so with that life, again, that's history. If it means life, it means history. It doesn't necessarily mean life. It means history, boo. So go back into that and go follow the history of the life. Life is history, not just life is history, boo. That's what that means. So when somebody asks you for your bio, they're asking you for your history, not just your life, your history. Okay. And so I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm agreeing with you, meaning right. Okay. Because that's what the righteous is. It's not us trying to be right. We're trying to be righteous. So you are absolutely right. It's your life, your history. Okay. And so this is why you have to go into the prefix and the suffix of that whole word. Okay. And so I lost my track, but just to go on with that, y'all, this is why we have to get into the words when we get into grammar. And this is why the Medu-Neter has not been fully translated, because people will take a word and move somewhere with it and don't fully get a whole understanding. Yes, it's the history of your life. And that includes all of your parents and all of that. So exactly, that's why I said history.
I heard they're about to let R. Kelly out. I heard that they motioned, and I think he's about to get out.
Yeah. So, so with that, I'm gonna land, because I'll come back so I can get back on track. But I just want to get that piece out so we can all just take that piece and start going. But that's why I say bring a pen and paper, and we take notes and move along. Okay.
All right. So let me finish. I want you to check the rest of what he said out, because, like I said, he's scolding the woman, the black woman, on the thing, and then he's going to uplift his Dominican partner and say, well, she's this, she's that. But he's a passport, bro. He talks about how he was a hoe. I'll change for you, baby. But then, but I'm a passport, bro. You know what I'm saying?
It happened to me when I was about 20. I was in college. There's one girl I liked. She was all that. I was in fraternity, played football, all kinds of girls. But I wanted to pursue her. And she said to me, she said, you a player? I said, no, I'll change for you, babe. She said, you'll never get me how you are. I'll never see you. You can't. So in order.
I get what he's saying. He's saying that the way that the women are on the panel, that they have to change. I get that. However, they're at the same age that he was when he was a player, and this, that, the other. So
to get someone, you have to change first. A lot of y'all are talking, when I get married, you'll never find a man. What man is going to say, I want a woman who busts my windows? That just doesn't happen. So when you act like that, no, that's not a man. That's not a man. See, the problem is y'all deal with a lot of boys. And the reason y'all deal with boys is because they mama raised them and they didn't have a father in the house. Because if you have a real man, he won't have that. He's not going to deal with that type of woman.
I was going to say, they're not going to stay around long enough.
He don't deal with that. And so these single moms are raising boys that they wouldn't even date.
Looking for their girlfriends to do the same thing.
Why did their mothers raise them? That is an individual basis for each person. Sometimes the mother pushes the man out. Sometimes the man abandons the home. But the fact is, one person raising a child typically doesn't give a child what they need. They often lack in their development, right? So I heard what you said, brother, and you're absolutely correct. We are responsible for the decisions that we make, right? So if I get upset and I react in a certain way, I can't really blame the other person, but we have to understand how dangerous, and I said that right, dangerous relationships are for us if we're not prepared for what relationships entail. Most people are not going to be honest in their commitments. And when they lie to you, when they cheat on you, it's going to break your heart. And if you're not prepared for that, you're going to respond in the worst way. And now you're going to be looked at like your character is low, but really you're hurting. And the things that we do whenever we're hurting is we destroy each other. And so a lot of our children, like my son now, he has a girlfriend. I fear for him because he potentially will get his heart broken. He may break hers. And if we don't prepare our children for breakups and heartaches and people not being honest, they're going to lose their own life or their own freedom. Because when we get our hearts broken, especially these young kids, we're doing this in our adult age, y'all. Somebody don't do us right, they lie to us, we think we have the right to hit them. Somebody cheat on us, we think we have a right to end their lives. Imagine telling somebody's mother you ended their daughter's life because she cheated on you. That's crazy. Walk away if the person's not treating you right.
That's the man living in that
It makes more sense to walk away. But if we are emotionally invested in these relationships and people are just walking all over us, typically it brings the worst out of us. So this is why we should just walk away from people who don't know how to act. This is why you should vet people before you get in a relationship with them. Right.
Thank you, Kevin.
It's not that easy to just walk away though, because I've been in it. Look.
So here's what I say: cry in the car. Okay. I don't care if you love them. I don't care if you love them and you still want to be with them. Sometimes you have to make the best decision for your life and your freedom, your future. So even if you care about them, sometimes you have to just leave them alone because your love for them is not going to make them act right. Your trust for them is no indication that they'll be trustworthy. It's just not. So when you watch somebody's patterns and you realize the way they're behaving is counterproductive to a harmonic relationship, if you have to cry in the car, cry in the car. Because if you stay with that person because of your emotions, they're not going to change. And that's when you spiral out and do the worst to them. You done told them 1,000 times, stop cheating on you. Now what you going to do? You catch them again. Now you're burning up. Now you're hurting something, hurting yourself. So just avoid them, leave them alone.
And there's really no justification for busting windows, but I bust the windows because I felt in that moment I was fed up. I had already been through a heartbreak off and on, 10 years off and on. You never know what a person been through, what they going through, what they feeling. And in that moment, it's like, I'm either going to do that or I'm going to do something worse.
Because you attract what you are. I'm letting you know.
I attract what I am.
You attract what you are. I came from parents who were very argumentative. And then when I got with a female, I dated females who were argumentative. Even though I didn't want that, I had to step back and say, hold up, this isn't what I'm looking for. I'm attracting what I am. There's a reason why most women who are in domestic violence, they say, I don't.
All right, so yes, this was my show called The Meeting of the Minds. And yes, that is Sydney Starr from Family Matters, from the Baddies, and Amber Ali was from Jocelyn's Cabaret. You had Kevin Wesley, Natasha Dobb, Son Netter. I mean, we had a very all-star cast that came down to Dallas, and I put together this show. You know, it's a whole hour-long show. You know, I'm just taking parts of it because I think it's interesting about how this guy brings out his passport brother aspect. But it's an entire show. I do encourage you guys to go and watch it. I think I have I'm gonna put the link if you guys get a chance, like, you know, just copy the link and check it out. But yeah, you know, like I have done a lot of different shows on my, I've done live shows. I've done stuff, you know, with Charleston White about relationships. But the main thing about this whole thing, yeah, that's Sydney Starr. Yeah. So, you know, because I was trying to crack the code on male and female relationships. How do we like get ourselves together? And so when he began to discuss his being a passport bro, I thought it was very interesting. And then to fast forward it, this happened like 3 years ago, where he was talking about his wife that he met as a passport bro. You know, so it's
want this, they leave and they get with somebody else who's the same way.
How long you and your wife been together?
10 years.
Good question.
I was gonna say, because she's very beautiful.
Thank you.
And she look like she don't take no shit.
Yes, she do.
Just by looking at her, she looking like, look, I'm a bad ish. I can, you know.
But he looks like.
And
he
I'm gonna
doesn't
say
give a
this
man.
because
He
I'm
looks like he treats her
sorry.
right.
I'm a passport
by the
bro.
looks of things, but
My
we
wife
don't.
from Dominican Republic. The reason I went over there is because she's submissive.
Yo soy dominicana.
She's submissive. She cooks. She does all that. That's just how it is. And what happens is, I think.
Sorry to cut you off, but I've been lately into the Dominican men myself. I love a Dominican man. So we might be family soon, baby. Look.
But I think women nowadays think that by being submissive, that's weak. That is the most powerful thing you can be.
But as soon as we be submissive and we let them drive the car, they crash it. And we end up having to clean up the wreck.
You do not get with, do not get with a man that you cannot submit to.
Thank you.
Okay, he must embody all the principles of who you want your son to be. So don't submit to a man who's unworthy of that. So if you submitting to the right man, a capable man, you'll have a healthy relationship. I promise you. He will not take advantage of your femininity.
Yes, a lot of men want to be submitted to, but they're not worth submitting to. And they don't take the steps.
All right, hold on. Let me get to another question for y'all. Let me come with another question.
That's facts. Thank you.
Those men you don't submit to.
Thank you.
Those men.
That's when a Buick want a Benz.
All right.
That's when a Buick want a Benz. It doesn't make sense.
All right. Next question, y'all. Next question. What advice do you have for individuals struggling with communication in their relationships?
I'm struggling with communication, so I can't tell you.
All right, go ahead, Brother Kevin.
Listen to your partner, hear their true concerns, and try to respond to their true concerns. Don't change what they just said to you. Don't flip it around. Listen to their concerns. If they came to you with a problem, don't raise your issues. Handle their problems. Okay? That's how you show someone that you care about them and you love them. Once you handle the issues, if you have an issue, now raise it. But don't disregard each other. That's the number one thing that lowers the value of a relationship. Yes,
Make them feel as if you understand and you relate to them as well. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, that's.
We're so conditioned and we've been over the course of time so manipulated mentally that our first thing is to defend. If someone comes to us, even in a relationship, when our partner comes to us with a concern, or we're immediately jumping to defend ourselves in our position. So the thing is, we're so ready, instead of responding, we're ready to react.
Absolutely.
So we're listening for something we're actively and unconsciously listening for that trigger so that we can immediately jump on the defensive, as opposed to listening to one another and actually receiving and accepting their energy, whatever emotion,
Absolutely.
Whatever they're trying to convey to us that they're feeling, and we immediately go on the attack.
That's it.
So it's all about we're not having conversations to hear or listen. We're having conversations or waiting for our opportunity to defend ourselves or to defend our position or to immediately react and discount their emotion and what they're feeling. So that's a big problem in our community.
So we're listening to respond.
All right.
And not
Hey,
listen.
can you give that mic to my cousin? She can please.
Yes, I want to say something first. Someone spoke about the fact that you attract who you are. And I think a lot of times when we do draw certain vibrations to us, it's stuff that we have to work on. So if someone is saying something that we don't like, it's the shadow work that we have to do. We really have to take time to learn who we are. What triggers me? That's what I was talking about earlier, the mirror. The mirror is everything. Being able to be honest with yourself and say, you know, I'm very temperamental. You know, I'm very quick to judge somebody. I'm very quick to speak before I even listen. We have to create a sacred space for both energies because it's male and female. It's yin and yang. It's always an opposite of everything. Your perspective or your reality may be different from my perspective and my reality. But if you love a person and you don't have to be in love with that person to share love with that person, if you really want to share love with humanity, then you be the best you that you can be. The best version of you that you can be, because that's what attracts. When we attract things, it comes from the non-physical. The energy that you call God, the energy that you don't see, but you have to connect with that. You have to raise your vibration. It's not about being back and forth. It's about, okay, what is it that you're saying? And really holding space for that person. That's what I want to say. We have
That's
to hold
amazing.
space and respect
That was a
ourselves.
great response. That was amazing.
Thank you. Yes.
I think the biggest piece to all of this is accountability. A lot of us are sharing a lot of our experiences based on emotion, and emotion doesn't always solve the problem. We have to think with logic. In the spirit of what you're speaking of, in terms of us being defensive in conversation, that's work on our part. We cannot control other people. So if we're not ready to hear criticism or accept things that are going to help make us better, essentially, we should not be in a relationship because we have more work to do. Yeah. But to Mr. Passport Bro, I think you placed a lot of accountability on other people and not enough accountability on self. I'm not saying that, because I don't know you from a can of paint and I don't know what you've done in your past, who you are today. All I'm saying is things started from somewhere. And so we can't pick up where they started, but we can fix where it is now by working on self and communicating properly, effectively, and not blaming people. I'm a single mother. And so, yes, it could be work that I need to do, but I felt triggered by the things that you said as a single mother because I'm doing everything that I can to raise my children properly, of sound mind. And I don't raise them with just emotion. I raise them with logic because we are logical people and we cannot make decisions off emotion. So I think that, again, accountability is really huge when it comes to having those difficult conversations, having that communication with people, learning to dig within self why we're triggered, as Ms. said, and work on that because I'm not responsible for how you react to something I say. That's work that you have to do. I am responsible for how I say it, but your reaction needs to be on you. If you want to get up in arms, argue with me, yell at me, you need to tone it down, take a step back. I'm going to remove myself because I know I don't respond well to being yelled at. So in order for me to be effective in our communication, I'm going to take a step back. I'm going to reevaluate the conversation and approach it in a different way. So self-awareness, accountability, effective communication.
All right, give it up for y'all. Give it up. Come on, because we're coming back around to the positive information, y'all. That's what it's about.
So I'm gonna say this is that when I did this panel, we had like I said, we have polygamy, we have transgender, we have single, we have in the lifestyle, meaning like the swinger lifestyle. So I had a very broad range of people on my panel. So yes, this is not really about anything, but and Sonetta was thankful enough to host this event because my original host conked out of me at the last minute, so he hosted it. And shouts out to Sonetta for stepping up and doing that for me. But I will say that, like I said, the main thing I wanted to get into is the fact that he got into single mothers, and that women are not they're not feminine, but every woman that spoke, and I wanted to play a little bit more of it, was very feminine. How they see things was very feminine. So I think that this is a cop out when guys try to make Black women in America seem not feminine. They're very feminine, but they're just not stupid and not going along with everything and anything. You understand what I'm saying? Other cultures might have a culture that you just play dumb.
Right.
That's not a part of our culture to play dumb.
And another thing is I agree with the lady, the last one that spoke, because that mirror, a lot of people only like looking in that mirror when you want to see yourself looking cute, right? But when you looking ugly, then you don't want to come out, right? Or that's laundry day or whatever you want to call it, because you don't like looking ugly. You see what I'm saying? But then you don't want nobody seeing you ugly. You don't want somebody looking at you like that. You always got to look good. And that's why the makeup got to get heavier and you got to put more and more and more on, because you always got to look like number 19 and number 21 and number 3. And that's why everybody's starting to look the same, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's only 4 looks out here. Everybody you're looking like number 19, number 20, Number 17.
Honey, everybody got that little swoop, that little split down the middle in the baby hairs. They swoop from the front, back to the front.
Twilight Zone. Once I love the Twilight Zone, and they had it where they said you don't want to look like everybody. The transformation. They only had 4 looks. Everybody had 4 looks. You see, and so here we go, right here. So, so we get to this point right now where, just like she said, you don't want to look, and you have to do that shadow work. You see, because when you're looking at that yin and yang, and you understanding that it's both inside of you. You see what I'm saying? And once you figure that out, that double you, and if we're going back to the middle, I'm gonna land with this, because it was the one you, which was I, and then that double U became Y, right? Or 2 U's. Later on, it became the W, but it was still you, just like on your taxes. Me, myself, and I. You file in 3, right? But the W, and then yourself, right? And then Beyonce said that's all she had in the end. You see what I'm saying? Me,
myself, and I, that's all I got in the end.
So that's what you find out. And so this is it, right? When you depend on you, your plan B, right? And even a plan C if you need to have it, right? And then I told my son, I'm his plan B. You see what I'm saying? And that be your problem with your kids sometimes. You be plan B, right? Because they know you got their back. See, so this is what we need. When you know better, you show better, you do better, right? And so this is our actions and the results behind that action. So now that we know this, we have to show this, right? So when he said the passport started way back then, no, if he didn't want to do the action, he shouldn't have had to travel all around the world to find a woman who was ready to submit or submissive. He just didn't want to deal with it. So
right. He did not to man up enough to deal with a woman that would challenge him. And
right.
say, if you hey, you want this person to agree with you 100, and they lying when they say that these women is you talking about Dominican woman is a submissive. If you don't get the fuck out of here with that.
I'm not drunk.
I don't know any Hispanic women that's 100% submissive.
Right, because you didn't have to go all around the world to find a submissive woman. All you had to do was find a submissive woman. If that's what you want to do, you didn't have to travel all around the world. Just say you traveled all around the world and that's where you found your woman. To say that you had to travel all around the world to find a submissive woman is a bunch of bull. You just travel.
Pan-Africanist, but against passport.
That didn't have nothing to do with the woman he found, right? You don't have to travel all around the world to find a submissive woman. Like ain't no submissive women in America. Ain't no black women that's submissive. That's a bunch of mess. That makes no sense. The women that's online that don't do what they don't do, and they're not ashamed. Them the women, and I'm ashamed for them because I'm not ashamed to say that we dropped the ball, and it's a shame to say that. It's a shame to look at it, but it's also a shame to say that it's a lot of men that's running around telling women how to be women, and that is a shame because I was raised that if a man has to tell you how to be a woman, then that is a shame.
Mm-hmm.
And for women to sit up here and tell, I've seen podcasts where women have asked men how to get women and asked men for advice. And that is a shame because a man can't tell a woman how to be a woman and he don't know how. And that's why you have these things called pan, because when I was growing up, panning was like panning for gold, rinsing off the dirt and finding out which rock was gold and which rock wasn't. So y'all keep rinsing and finding out which one of y'all is really black and which one of y'all ain't. because
And
that's
I think that gearing that whole Pan-Africanism discussion for me, because I consider myself, I grew up in the Pan-Africanist movement mentally. But listen, just because I might consider myself a person that has grown up in that movement and that appreciates that movement, and I don't think it's dead like you guys try to make it seem like, I would say that Pan-Africanism and the Passport Brothers have nothing to do with each other. Passport Brothers are going over to other countries for sexual tourism. Pan-Africanism is not saying that, has nothing to do with that. So I think that you just tried to like say something, you thought you were cooking, but honey, the pilot light ain't even on, bro.
all right. If you just
It's ticking. It's ticking. The gas is just taking over the whole house, and it haven't even caught fire yet, bro. Whatever you think that you saw, that you said that was like fire like that you really thought you was eating, honey, we still starving. So whatever you said, this bullshit.
that's right, because even all around the world,
that are going over to other countries, and now it's turning out, and this is what this whole thing was about, is that people are going over to other countries, and now they're getting into pedophilia, just like other cultures have done throughout time, where they go overseas and then they find out that the age of consent is lower, and then they begin to like do all their weird things. You know what I'm saying? You meet like a wife or a woman, and you know what I'm saying, she just trying to make some money, and then she's willing to do anything for some cash, and then you want to have access to her young child, and then because she's hard up for money, you say, hey, well, bring your child into this, and the next thing you know, you're filming that child. That's what's happening in this situation. Has nothing to do with Pan-Africanism. Shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about, sir.
and everybody's not going against passport people. People should be allowed to go if that's what they're going to do. That's the beauty of having a passport and being able to tour. But if you having the same intent of going over there and doing the same thing that America don't want you coming over here doing, then you don't need a passport. Keep your freaky, nasty self where you can be easily accessed to go to the closest jail near you. Because don't nobody want you near nobody's kid. In America or wherever the you need to be is in somebody's jailica. So that's what we saying. We ain't saying nothing about your passport and going to visit nowhere as long as you know how to act. But if you don't know how to act, well, you need to be anywhere near the closest act right jail near you. That's what we saying. We ain't saying nothing about that.
Across the board, like I don't respect anyone who takes advantage of women and young girls. So I don't care whether they be on American soil or over there in Brazil. And that that is Pan-Africanism. Like, you know what? You take a black woman in Brazil and you molest her child over there. I feel just as disdainful about that as if it was a black woman in America. And that's true Pan-Africanism, is actually a camaraderie amongst different places. I don't like turn my head because it's a Brazilian woman that got her child hurt. You understand what I'm saying? Right. I don't turn my cheek because it's a Jamaican child because she went to Jamaica or Dominican and did this. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I look at the whole thing and say it's disgusting. You know? And we can't, and when we get these like arguments and we say that we're going to delineate, okay, so does a delineation actually also cover this? Do we say, you know what? We're going to delineate so far that we don't even care about what happens when black people come over from America, go over to these different countries and do these things to people's kids?
Right.
Delineate that far? When does the delineation stop? And with common sense start?
That's all we saying. We don't want them over here doing it, but we can go over there and do it. No, you can't do it no damn where.
Absolutely not.
The hell is we saying?
Right. What are we talking about? You know, and they love to bring up the fact Pan-Africanism. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
I came here months ago talking about how these guys are effing up and why they need to clean up and grow up. And all of them were like, oh, this guy's a hater. Well, who's laughing now? Okay. And I said you know, if Jirello didn't go down, very soon your time will come. And just like that, we didn't even finish the year, right? These videos were done in September. We haven't finished the year, and you guys are going down one after the other. And if Brazil,
no, he's not a lone wolf, because let me tell you why he's not a lone wolf. Even though he might be the only one that's been caught doing things a certain way, you have several passport brothers that are going over there for sexual tourism. This guy right here, this Austin guy, actually admitted that he was over there, and they have an audio and video of him saying that we're going over here for sexual tourism. So to me, that's a bunch of like tricking that you guys are going, you know, spending money to get on a plane to go over to another country and trick off your money. And half of y'all don't even have a pot to piss in the window. If you came back to America, probably don't even have a bed in your house, got a blow-up mattress. But you go over to Brazil with about $200, $300, and now you feel like you're balling. And that's not fair. It's not right to do. So this is not just about like, you know, no, that's not what y'all are missing the point. The passport brother movement, if everybody was like rich and going over there and doing that, okay, fine. But half these dudes in America are not even simps. They are like just bottom of the barrel dudes. That's why they have to go over there to get played. Because ain't nobody like trying to holler at them over here because they like losers. So they, you know, when they get off their PlayStation and then they like scrounge up a few dollars and go over there, and then now they're like kings or whatever. They're kings. We was kings over there in Brazil and Dominican. And then they have to like beg people to get money to come back to America when they like get robbed and everything. Let's be real about this whole thing. Let's not play.
finds a way to criminalize your organization, which they are doing in their commentary. That's what they're doing. They're calling them a criminal, or they use the word ring, a criminal ring. That's what they're calling the passport bros in Brazil right now. They're calling them a criminal ring. So if I'm like a guy like Skylar, I'm getting the fuck out of there. He's not any better. He's on record for telling people to come over there to participate in this stuff. He needs to get his ass out of there too.
Wait a minute, pause.
All the guys that were on his live stream talking about they were gonna go on a boat in Brazil.
Okay, first of all, why you gotta feel sorry for our kids?
I deleted that message. I said,
no. This is my question though, because one, this man went to Brazil broke with no luggage, and then he set up shop when he got there. Now, this is according to everything that's out here. And so if nobody goes to Brazil and it's not cheap, and then you feel sorry for all my kids are grown, and my babies are almost 30. And so, and they all have jobs, and they're all highly ranked in their jobs. Let's say that, right? And so for me, it's like, and my grandson is in the service, right? And so my point is that if this man went over here, we have ISIS here exploiting people out of America. Some of them are for this very, very crime, right? We have people in jail right now for this very crime, right? And they calling it racketeering and whatnot. And then we have these people right here that we talking about for the same thing. And then we saying that this man went there with however much money did it cost, because it's not cheap to go to Brazil, and then set up shop and then ask everybody in America for donations, right? To get money to sexually traffic kids, right? And then you feel sorry for our kids as if it's a curse, right? And then he ain't did nothing wrong in your eyes. So What are you saying? That
Man, y'all, you listen, and then listen, y'all.
Nothing's wrong. Let me land with this. It's nothing wrong. It's nothing wrong with people going and taking passports and going to other countries. But if this is what they are doing, because we are not allowing this in America, but yet we can go from America to other countries and not go to jail, but yet we can't come to America and do this, but yet we're going to leave America and go somewhere else and do this. So we don't go to America, but come to America. You can't come to America and do this, but we're going to just go somewhere else and do this. No, I just hate pedophilia, child endangerment, elder abuse, period. And so this is just, I can't get over the fact that people are abducting children, abusing children, elder abuse, and that this is going on just like this. And we have people that will sit here and just curse other people's children and uphold this kind of stuff, right? And that's a damn shame, right? And that is why Epstein had a whole damn island, right? And then everybody else got away. And then you turn around and then like Bill Cosby went to jail for a few years, and yet Hugh Hefner had a whole damn mansion for years. And then later on they let Bill Cosby loose, and Hugh Hefner had a whole mansion, a whole book, for years, bunnies and everything for years. So move on, Gemini.
Genesis, go ahead.
Good
Hold
morning.
on. I want to really quickly play this again for the people in the back that did not get to see where he actually admitted, where Austin admitted that they go overseas to these countries for sexual tourism.
Trafficking girls. I'm gonna put all of that information out because that was reported by Fox 26 News 2 years ago. So we're gonna bring out all the receipts, all the tapes, all the documents, right? Forget about the Epstein files. We're dealing with the PDF files. That's what we're dealing with right now. The PDF files. Okay, so that being said, okay, we got Denise for a super chat. Shout out to you for the $10 super chat. Appreciate you sponsoring the show. Again, guys, as you come in, hit the like button, thumb the video up. Gotta hype these videos up. Great commentary exposing these demons. Again, yep, that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're here for, right? Okay, let me play the tape. This is Austin Holloman admitting that he is a sex tourist. He's admitting this. So if he's admitting this on tape, what does this say about the Passport Bro community, right? So let's tune this up. All right, let's roll the tape.
Y'all motherfuckers already heard DMs. Don't go to DMs. Don't go to DMs. A sex tourist. We're all sex tourists. Look, I need you to read this super chat. What's it, Lily's? This ain't your bad sexual tourism. And y'all here for everything. We're all sex tourists. Who doesn't have sex on vacation? Anyway, you hating ass motherfuckers.
So he admitted we are all sex tourists who don't have sex on vacation. So Austin is like the head of this whole Passport Brother move, like one of the main characters of this whole thing.
No, he's not.
No,
That's
he's not.
a lie.
No, he's
That
not.
is not.
Floyd put on Floyd. Floyd is a lone wolf pedophile who Austin funded his travel the first time to Brazil, but he's not the same league as a Hugh Hefner or anybody with resources. The man flew to Brazil with no hotel accommodations. He should be put under the jail for what he did if it's true, but that's not enough. I think there's a hit piece against everybody that travels because not everybody's doing this debauchery stuff.
Travels is because it's not. I'm not saying. I'm just going over what people are what the information is that's out there, what people are saying about this situation, and that this Austin guy backed this guy and could continue to promote him and do different, bring him out and do this and do that, and then come to find out he's a pedo, pedophile.
Yeah.
And
for YouTube purposes.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, so and then now you have him, Austin, throwing that guy underneath the bus even more. But it's like, bro, you're the one who brought him out.
I agree. He started that. Yeah.
Got him out there, got him going.
No, 1,000%.
If I kickstart a car, if I do a jump on the car and and then the car slammed into a tree.
Can I ask you a question too? That's the one thing. The only thing I found weird was, for example, in the U.S., we're in the States. Eu amo Brazil. I lived in Brazil for 3 years. One thing that's weird is in the U.S., if you ask somebody to, hey, can you buy me a Airbnb for the month? They'll probably look at you crazy, and they might do it if it's a family member or let you stay with them. But this guy Floyd literally traveled with no hotel accommodations, and then somebody, I don't know, the discernment for Austin isn't there. If the man had no
I
clothing,
believe
no
that
shoes, no nothing, he
for
pulled up
brothers
there.
that are supporting these guys. That's why I have a problem is that whenever these guys are going on this thing, they'll have a whole audience full of passport brothers encouraging that shit. Like,
No,
yeah,
but the passport dudes
Can
that
I
are in the
say
comments never
something?
actually leave the country. The most of the guys in the chat are the guys that never even have a passport and actually travel. Whenever I'm in Brazil, you really don't even see Americans there. I mean,
Ryan,
you
go
do see
ahead.
them, but they're usually white. They're usually white tourists from Europe, all over the place, South America, UK, all throughout. I
In
think
the
it's
chat,
mainly just a
in
slander
the chat room
against
of,
all people. Because Floyd,
so hold on.
honestly,
Here's
he's
the question.
good.
In the chat room of a person like Floyd, you're saying that the chat room is mostly white men that are giving him money.
No. The passport bros, like the air quote passport bro community, that's not really a black person thing. If you actually travel to Brazil, you'll see that you really don't even see that many black people. I feel like you see it mostly on social media because Austin popularized it, but he got ran out of Brazil like 2 years ago, and he hadn't been back since.
Right.
So
Austin,
them using that to push the story is kind of crazy because, like I said, if they're guilty, they should be in jail. But he is not even welcome back in Brazil for years, and they just pushed that because he sponsored Floyd.
Okay, Ron, go ahead. You were passionate about. Go ahead. Ryan.
No, I'm just listening. My connection's not the best, so I'll step back and listen to you guys real quick.
I can hear you very clearly. So if you wanted to say something, go ahead. I think you said, "Can I say something?" Go ahead. We can hear
No,
you
I
very
think my
No,
phone
that
broke
was
up for a
me.
second. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh,
So
Black
as I
cleaner.
was saying many weeks ago or a few weeks ago on Alchemizing Alchemy previously, I had mentioned, hey, there should be some type of app, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And I was saying I was giving parameters to it where adults can find grown and sexy mature adults. And I believe there was some type of apps that you said you were able to make as well. People told you, hey, chill, sis, don't give it all away, right?
Yeah.
So I believe this stuff needs to be regulated. I was saying this very early on, and now you have current events.
No.
I want to give a heads up though on a few other things. I want to give a I want to cook for a little minute, little bit. In Jamaica, and I have been told this by a fellow yard man up here in the States. I'm not going to give too much away. He says, getting ready to go back home to De La Vega, where he is going to bring these pairs of shoes. I was like, what you gonna do with these pairs of shoes? You know, he's like, these are crepe sole shoes. He's like, it's about to be school time for school. He's like, I'm gonna go down there and I'm gonna grab me few versions. He used the F word. He's like, they'll do anything for exchange for few versions. You have to know where to go and know who to contact with. And this was a decade ago when he told me this. So
How is the
crepe sole.
passport bro
Well,
and
no.
pedophile
Crepe. I'm
together?
not speaking on that. Crepe sole shoes are these rubber. They're like Clarks at the bottom, like the rubber soles.
Yeah, like the old school Converse.
Right. So what I'm saying is, previously, even before Passport Bros, this stuff is going on. All right, there's this Passport Bro hit piece right now. Yes, they got caught, and I'm not a Passport Bro. I believe your prowess here in the States should translate, and it should be able to translate anywhere. So if you have prowess like that, it should translate. You shouldn't have to go out of the country to go get it. It means you're
Okay.
kind of like a freak or a geek, in my opinion. I wouldn't have to resort to that. That was the issue. You had a lot of freaks and geeks, incels, say, you know what? Time to get off the computer. Time to stop smearing peanut butter over my chest while I'm in my grandma's basement. And that's exactly what they did. They started flying out to these third world countries. And they were being chaperoned by people like Austin and Floyd.
All right, can I say something now?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, since I'm the only considered passport bro on the panel, because nobody else wants to consider themselves to be a passport bro. And I don't have to consider myself to be a passport bro because, number one, I was in the military and I was stationed overseas in the military. So I could call myself an ex-military bro. I live overseas right now, so I don't even have to call myself a passport bro because I'm now officially a black expat.
And
But
you're a man, not a boy.
Big difference
And
between
you're not a bro, you're a
what
man.
you're talking about.
But the point that I'm trying to make, I just want to say this. The point that I'm trying to make is the reason that I hold the flag for Passport Bro is because it was the movement that inspired me to become an expat because of all of the things that was going on in America during COVID. It just became a whole, as they call it, the Matrix, where you see all of this craziness going on. And it was the Passport Bro movement, the Blexit movement, the Pan-African movement that inspired people to leave out of the Matrix to go. Now, as the previous brother was just saying, yes, I do agree. There are freaks, geeks, and incels who have taken over and corrupted the Passport Bro movement. But the originators of the Passport Bro movement, like Aaron Ferris and all of and Ronan and the likes of these people, they were there because of the same reason that I was there, because they were tired of the bureaucracy and everything that was going on in America, and they decided to leave for greener pastures. None of us got on a plane saying we're going over there to meet to clap some cheeks, as they said, or look for women. We went over there to escape what was going on in America, not to look for what was going on in these other countries. And I'm gonna leave it there.
And then, honestly, to add to that quickly,
Yes,
I'll let you talk,
Passport
sister.
Bros is a
No,
Pan-African
one thing, but not even that.
anomaly, definitely.
No, one thing about
Passport Bros go to Asia too. Stop it. It's not about Pan-African.
honestly, but 1 second though, like a lot of the
They
guys,
don't like
for
America, they
example,
hate
for
America.
Floyd, a lot of the guys like Floyd, like that would travel with no money, they do that same stuff in America. So just because the previous brother travels overseas and gets a negative connotation because he escaped the Matrix, a lot of people, like for example, like cost of living in Brazil, like if you can buy a condo in downtown Sao Paulo for 200,000 US dollars, get a residency for free dental care, free all that stuff, and you're a golden visa. Like people travel for other reasons other than just looking for debaucherous things. And then also with Floyd, the crazy thing is, like most people, like you said, the geeks and the people that are in their grandma's basement, do you really think that they have $3,000 to go live over abroad for times and times again? So you probably have less than 20 people that are really like making a little bit of money on YouTube and then using that as their justification for saying that everybody that moves overseas is a passport bro. And a passport bro is not a bad thing. Floyd was a pedophile. That's two separate things. Like, one guy's a pedophile, one person's leaving to get a better quality of life. That's completely separate, and they shouldn't even be intertwined. And
Why
it's really,
not
that's why I feel like it's a hit piece.
Brazil?
Because why Brazil? Eu amo Brazil. I love soccer. I love football. I work in the sporting industry. I want to work in the World Cup there.
No, I said, why did Austin get kicked out of Brazil?
Because he was trying to
filming
glorify. He was trying to glorify the women over there, and the what we just call it, the feminist movement over there. Got him on the radar, and they was like, "Yo, why are you trying to sexualize our country? That's not what Brazil is all about." And therefore, they put a target on his back and ran him out of there. But once again, Austin is only in his 20s. So a person only in their 20s cannot be the one to be the creator of the movement.
And they can't, because honestly, I'm 27 years old. Really, most 20-year-olds don't have the resources to live overseas like that, unless you have a really good job, or you actually had an inheritance, or you had something like that, or a lump sum windfall. Most people under 35 don't even travel. So we're targeting people that were in their 20s and 18s that don't even have the means to travel overseas. That's why people are giving them money, unfortunately, because they're selling a dream. Sex sells. They sell it every day. And it's sad, unfortunately, but that's not all passport bros did. A lot of, like, there's one, I consider him a passport bro. His name's Nomad Capitalist. He tells people how to, like, save on taxes overseas, where to invest, how to do things like that. There's so many other things to life than being stuck in America, where the US dollar's trash. The US dollar against gold's up 70% this year. The economy's tanking. You don't get cooperation unless you really know somebody from growing up. I mean, it's really dating app culture, a lot of other things. So you have people that are frustrated genuinely just to get a new start and a new way outside. What's the problem? And especially if
Yeah,
you
and
do things the
also
right
there
way.
are women who are doing the same, and we notice just a year
Go to
ago,
Jamaica.
and
I
just a
mean,
year ago,
damn.
in 2024, there were two women from down south, and they were Becky's. They were married, and they went to Bermuda,
Yep.
I believe.
Stanky panky.
Yep, and they said and there was video it was all blown up too. Like, don't go to Bermuda. I believe it was Bermuda, or it could have been Bahamas.
Yeah,
But
one of the three.
it was one of those, and they used the surveillance footage of the ladies walking off with like a tour guide. He appeared to be a Negro from the island, and next thing you know, they're doing like 2020 interviews and stuff like that. Come to find out, they were liars. They were really, no one. These guys, they gave it up, of course, but they were lying about they got assaulted.
Yeah.
And so this stuff goes on more with the dominant society, even when these fellas, they travel from the Netherlands going to the Gambia, and they're walking around holding hands with kids on beaches.
And that's a fact, because you go to West Africa, you see nothing but blue-eyed black kids.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just saying.
Well,
I'm being honest.
Blue eyes is also a thing. There's actually
No, that's a fact, a genuine fact. Like,
Well,
there's a
hold on.
YouTuber called Passport Bro. His name is Swedish Gringo. He's the top passport bro, and he's white. Like, most 98% of them, it's not really black culture really out here doing.
I've already talked about the fact that first it started off with the white people going over into Asia and messing around with them kids over there. There's been Vice.
But what about grown adults versus children? Like, none of that was
That's
children.
what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's been Vice documentaries about white men going over into Asia, Thailand, India, and certain parts of Asia, and they go over there specifically for children. And so I'm not, listen, the whole time that I've been speaking about this, I have been bringing up that. So don't think I'm only getting in on the black men.
No. I didn't accuse you of that.
Black guy that did this. Yeah, so if you go back, you got to go back and watch it because I did. So, and I talked about the fact that, yes, white men did go over to different Asian countries, and they still are. And there's a whole tourism, actual tourism thing for like kids and stuff. And that's a well-known thing in Asia where they have a certain area where they go and get their kids. The kids are in like orphanages, and then people will go in there and grab it, and that's the whole thing. So, like, trust me, I know about that too. But what I'm saying is that, okay, when you go into now we're getting involved with this type of thing, and we're doing this. It's like, okay, what's going on? And then here's another thing.
Why can't it be Floyd did that versus group every
Right,
black man?
it's not
Usually when
weird
it's like a
doing
white
this.
guy there,
Yeah.
he gets there's way more white guys in Brazil. Like I lived there for 3 months from January to April, for 4 months. Sorry.
Only one. Okay, but
I lived
okay.
there for 4 months this year in
I'm
2025.
saying, okay, he might have been caught up for the pedophilia aspect. What I'm saying is that black men going over there and getting hemmed up over there for sexual tourism, because I'm not just only talking about. I'm talking about all this type of thing, sexual tourism, not just only for that
Correct.
part of it, but just in general, people going over there because they know that they can party and get down and whatever. And I just showed you. Now let me ask you this. Okay, Ryan and Black Cleaner, you guys are both people that are expats or like that travel and this, that, the other, and go to different countries on a regular basis, right? O'Shea, would he be considered a passport bro?
Who?
O'Shea Duke Jackson.
Oh, I don't follow his content like that. I know he's big
He's
on
an
YouTube, but honestly,
he's an
I don't know.
activist. I mean, he's an expat.
Okay, so he's an expat. So so as an expat, the majority of the content that you see coming out about against passport bros will be from O'Shea Duke Jackson, talking about black men. And I was just showing before, like while you guys were talking, I was just showing how many news stories he has about people getting stuck over there, getting stranded and people like stealing their money. And this guy was sitting out on the thing. This guy was at the airport, got robbed right here.
Cloud chasers, bro.
He
That shit was whack. That whole shit was lame, yo. I took
Well, I'm not gonna-
a trip to Sasua with a $700 budget, and niggas is mad.
Usually, I record most of my videos at the nighttime. And just like any other night, I was going to record my topics and upload them to YouTube until I got this message on WhatsApp. And it brought me to World Star Hip Hop. And the video that it brought me was Passport Bro begs for help after getting stranded in the DR with no cash. So, of course, I pressed play.
What up, y'all? I'm here still in DR. I missed my flight last night. I just got off the phone with Spirit. I'm waiting on them to call me back. It's $100 reschedule fee. Basically, I need a cash app, guys. I need a cash app. Let's try to get this fee together, man. I'm so sick right now. I'm sick as hell. I've been trying to call Kayla because I know she's like in the area. So I've been trying to call her to like set something up to where I can get like some actual money because I'm hungry. I have very little bread left. I maybe got like $15.
That's Floyd's uncle.
Okay, now Jay Rillo. Okay, if you all follow Black Man Travel, who was the one who coined the term black passport bro. Okay, he actually interviewed Jay Rillo himself and brought him to the floor about what that actual incident that happened. And Jay Rillo came on Black Man's Travels podcast and said, "No, I'm not a passport bro." And everybody who considered themselves to be a passport bro was cautioning him because he was saying, even if you're not a passport bro, because we don't call them, we call them e-beggars. Floyd and Jay Rillo are what you would call e-beggars, where their content is actually based on, going out of seas with no money and all of their supporters or subscribers will pay them money in order to go over here and do things. You know, like one of the guys actually got arrested in Japan for doing crazy stuff because all his subscribers was basically, you know, paying him. And there was like a Black Mirror episode where the dude was online and they was paying him, you know, money online just to be able and telling him to do crazy stuff. And he was doing that just to be able to support his wife who had, you know, some brain problems. I know y'all remember that. So that's actually, Jay Rillo and Floyd are actually, are those types of podcasters. And yes, hold on. And I'm just gonna finish. And basically, BMT and all of us who were on the panel during that time basically told him, yo, you're giving the whole group of bad names. Please stop doing it. And they was like, well, we'll just denounce being passport bros. We're not passport bros. But as you see, it doesn't matter. They're all going to group us in one big, as they would say, the N-word. And now I'm going to leave it like that. Doesn't matter who you are. If you're out here and you're Black and you're traveling, they're going to, especially if you're a man, they're going to consider you a passport bro.
Correct. And then even in April, the thing, like, all right, Brazil, they bring it on themselves because they legalized it. I don't believe that any daughter or anybody's mom should be a prostitute. So it's really a hard life. So I'm not downing them. I understand it's a tough country to live in. Well, one thing they did in April was they made it where you had to apply for a visa and pay $2,000. You have to show that you have $2,000 in your bank account. A lot of these dudes, like I said, they aren't expats. They aren't expatriates. In order to actually live in Brazil comfortably, you need at least $25,000 a year cash flow. That's why a lot of older people go, because you need like a pension fund, a social security check, or have a bit online job. Like, so a lot of these like air quote passport bros, they're weekend warriors and they really can't afford to do it. So they're, like you said, e-beggars. That's not a representation of a grown man that has their stuff together at all. That sounds like a mental head case. Somebody that would actually physically leave the country with no money and no bags, no clothes. Somebody's buying you. Like that's mental. I don't care what you say.
Let me say this real quick, because it makes my point even stronger. Because again, it's not saying for everybody, but it says for the ones that goes and does want to travel and tour. Right, but it makes it hard for the ones that do want to do it, the ones that's doing it wrong and distasteful, right? Like the ones that said that we were passport brothers in the beginning. Now you got these ones that's out here doing this wrongful act, right? Now the ones that were passport brothers can't hold that claim anymore because of this very thing, right? And now you can't be a passport brother, right? Because of this tasteful stain that they put on it.
But honestly, I think what you're saying is correct, because it just puts a stain on even just like Black people that travel in general, because they already want to look at us some type of way because we are in a nice area of their town. And then now they're going to be like, oh, you're a sexual deviant just because you traveled. That's where it's wrong.
Exactly.
Because, like, at the end of the day, like, not every man that travels, like, come on, like, if that's the case, then lock every man in jail. You know what I mean? They're getting to the point where it's just like openly getting to the point where, like, I would say I'm still traveling to Brazil. I'm still traveling to these places. I'm not doing anything illegal. You just have to get used to having thick skin, because now every time you travel, they're gonna be like, oh, why are you going there? Because I don't feel like going there. Same reason that you're stuck in America. So I feel like a lot of it is because people are stuck here in America. They can't leave because they have obligations. And then they're just low-key envious. And then whenever somebody like Floyd, the e-beggar, pops up, it gives all the ammunition to go against everybody else, because look what Floyd did, or look what Austin Holloman did. I've never met neither one of them in person, or I don't follow them online, but it made my phone, because I follow this other channel and she's in Brazil. Her name's Rosa, and she posted a YouTube short about it. I'm like, man, I checked on my phone, Brazilian CNN had it. So I'm just like, man, it made international news. And they picked that's crazy.
And what I was also gonna mention.
So this I would say this is what they call one of the most delusional passport brothers that's going over into Africa. So just so we can have clarity and be fair, that there also is Caucasian people going over to countries and different countries and being
just, not popular with women, basically a loser. No money.
Day 286 of living in my car. I'm 50 years old.
No social skills. Don't touch the camera. Woman. Can't get a woman. What if I said I want to get you pregnant?
The time's going to come when I am financially comfortable and I can have a 20 or a 30-year-old girlfriend when I'm 60 and give us a comfortable life and have a son or a daughter.
Do you like this white chocolate? Did you have a good one? Construction?
It was nice.
Yeah, that's the white Floyd for real.
This is crazy. What?
That's the white Floyd for real. Like socially awkward. The ladies look like they're being held hostage. If you ever watch his videos, it seems like every girl that was in his video, they just pay to be there versus like actually enjoying experiences. So yeah, honestly, I'm glad that like a lot of this, like I feel like there's a purge of YouTube because YouTube, I feel like is going to put a ban on certain content. So people like that actually have genuine interest to travel and genuine reasons to vlog, and it'll make the real travel channels good again and get all like some of that out, I believe.
I would like to add on to this whole spectrum right here, just for a minute. Well, I'm going to give out a few mantras that have been shared and expressed throughout the years. Sometimes we don't know exactly where they come from, but here it goes. Love is love. Can't help who you love. I don't see color. Age ain't nothing but a number. So getting back to this mantra, it is multifaceted with fringe groups and the divestors, the PDFs, the LGBTQs, and it's all coming together like some big gumbo. They express these chants, and if you look at these countries, their economies are impoverished. They're facing abject poverty. If the Yankee dollar or the euro outpaces those people's economies, what do you expect to happen? Especially if the age of consent is 15 or lower. This is not a US problem. Also, Section 230, people should look it up on YouTube, especially if you're a content creator, is ready to be appealed. The Democrats and the Republicans are bipartisan on Section 230 being repealed. And yes, people are going to be deplatformed. People are going to be fined and probably, most likely, go to jail once it's repealed. We have to be careful what we're streaming. I believe these people, like Austin and Floyd, who are streaming others, and you could see a lot of the foreigners, or at least the people in those countries, they looked like, how come you're streaming me? And eventually people the stigma became busted, and people like Floyd were showing way too much. It was irresponsible. This stuff for decades was fine and dandy and pretty regulated. But now he has made it public.
That's a fact. That's a fact, because honestly, in Brazil, they are number, I think, 9 economy in the world, and they're emerging through the BRICS. And so I think they're really trying to do an image change. You can't become a country. We know that the same problems exist in the US. They're just a little bit more like not in your face. I think the thing about Latin America and Asia, it's more in your face. But I think they're trying to change their image around. But one thing for sure is, I don't know. This isn't like we're in a different time period next year. There's too much that came out. There won't be things won't stay the same. And I think we're getting back into YouTube's being more repressive about certain topics, because I've even seen some of my favorite YouTubers getting shadow banned over just like talking about certain things. So I think you're hitting the head on the nail on that one.
I want to like just show this video of Austin actually admitting that what he is doing as a passport bro is sexual tourism. Let's go.
Right on the cell phone. But let me get this thing popping. Let me get it popping, guys. We're not playing games. Let's go. Let's wind back the tape. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Let's get this thing popping, fam. Let's go. You see me right there? You see the reflection? Okay, cool.
Y'all motherfuckers already in her DMs. Don't go to DMs. Don't go to DMs. A sex tourist. Oh. We're all sex tourists. Look, I need you to read this super chat. What's it, ladies? Oh, this ain't your bad sexual tourism. And y'all here correctly. We're all sex tourists. Who doesn't have sex on vacation? Anyway, you hating ass motherfuckers. Can you read this, Lucaine?
So that's him with his own face and his own words saying that they're doing sex tourism. So you know, and if he's representing the younger crowd, maybe there's an older crowd that was more into just going overseas and being expats, and that's what it was about. But now we have a new generation, and if this guy is the person that's leading this generation, paying for people to come over to overseas, getting involved with people like having their journey, having like probably like little classes in the background on how to like go overseas. See, this is the issue. It's not that these people are not just being online and just doing this. They have courses. They have, where you can like do one-on-ones with them, and then they will show you how to do it. Then they'll help you out. It's not just a matter of, oh, they're just online and showing their lifestyle. No, they have actual like classes on how to do this and how to go over there and do it.
Yeah, but I think they're selling a dream
first
to
of all,
vulnerable men that don't even really leave the country, like we're saying. Yeah. Austin
was being sarcastic because he said we're all sex tourists. Everybody on vacation has sex. So he was just making a joke in the first place. But a lot of times, I mean, and there are new podcasters that are coming to the stands now and that are promoting a positive, like Charlie Chan TV, Ryan, A Vacation Time with Ryan. And they're younger than Austin, and they're promoting, DCPRT. These people are also promoting a positive light to the passport bro movement, but also they're talking about trading. They're talking about real estate. They're talking about all of the things that are not being talked about. The only reason that they're not popular is because they're talking about the those things, and the algorithm is not going to honor that. Exactly.
The algorithm is not going to honor, like I just said, there's a way to go to Brazil right now if you live in the Northeast. Like if you're an American, like say you're 45 or above and you have a retirement account, you just need $110,000 to get a golden visa and buy property. You can own a house there if you have a pension. Like those type of channels, like Nomad Capitalist, that's a white guy. He's over in Asia. He talks about tax things, but a lot of stuff that people actually educate people on, like how to move abroad and be a successful expat, they don't get pushed. A lot of it because a lot of people that are just looking, like you said, they're starving at home and it feeds the algorithm. So partially, I blame YouTube as well for giving some of these debaucherous people some pub and an outlet.
So let's go for it. Let's hear the rest.
It's a traveling community of upwardly mobile Black men. Some are accused of going around the world searching for a more traditional and submissive wife. But is it all about sex and just a girlfriend for hire and then return home to humiliate Black women in America? That's the controversy that we're dealing with. One of its members, Austin Holman, is apologizing for comments that he made about Brazilian women. Take a listen.
What I meant by when I said that Brazilian women are easy, and I shouldn't use the word easy. I know that now. I'm sorry. But what I'm saying is, for a man that's well-mannered, well-dressed, that has put in the effort to raise himself, he will have an easier time in Brazil as opposed to where I was from. That wasn't always the case.
Both American and women around the world are...
Let me pause it there for a minute, gang, because he just said that American men will have it easier in Brazil, but yet his mans in them, Floyd, was pretty much booked on literally messing with kids, y'all. Kids, the most vulnerable of all. And you wondering why we got to make these videos about these PDF files. You're wondering why, right? So let me get this straight, Austin. So you want to make it easy for these men in America to go down to Brazil to deal with these kids? Is that the case? Because Floyd was your partner, bro. You traveled with him. You bought clothes for him. You did all of these things for him. And now you're trying to cop a plea, acting like you don't know him? Nah, bro. We're going to put you on the cooker, bro. Let's go.
Speaking out against the passport bros, arguing these guys are using their status to take advantage of women and even calling it a form of sex tourism and sex trafficking. Let's talk about it. Communications specialist Priscilla Pack and Rochelle Gemini both are here on The Factor Uncensored. We were supposed to do this last week. We're doing it this week. You have done a lot of research. When you think about and what you've heard about passport bros, your opinion on this so-called group.
Let me tell you, they weren't even on my radar. You brought it up to me, and then I saw it, and I was just like, oh, that's cute. You know, guys go and get their passports. My son just got his passport last week. He's 9. So that's cool. Passport brothers. That's what's up. Then I started doing the research, and I'm like, wait a minute. Because I grew up, you know, with 2-parent household. My parents still happily married. I grew up in love. Some people grew up in survival mode, and maybe they just in a whole nother dimension of trying to find love or trying to find easy situations and everything. But at the same time, it was like, why do you have to put down the thing that you don't like in front of everybody just to get the thing that you do want?
And that's the thing that the passport bros do. They're always putting down the Black woman, saying that the American Black woman ain't ish, and you know, she's this and she's not cooperative and all this other mess. And this is why they go overseas to mess with these underage girls. Let's get back to the tapes. Let's go.
That being Black women in America, putting them down for women who may be of color in another country.
Right. That want to be a little more
also submissive.
Exactly.
To them.
Exactly.
But also paid prostitution in many cases.
And that's what they're covering up. And you can tell that by the way that, what's his name, Austin, was talking, because I saw the other videos of him going like, hey, you would have sexual intercourse with me tonight, right? And she's saying, yes. They about to really get a lick on him. That's what's really about to happen. Because I also saw some of the women from overseas saying, yeah, we're just trying to get a lick. You know, they also came out saying, we know these passport bros, they not new.
Wow.
So essentially, the chumps themselves.
Yes.
They're simply Johns on the streets of America.
There might be some that might be actually looking for love that can't find it maybe in America. But you didn't let some rotten apples into y'all group, and y'all need to call the ones out that's not doing it correctly.
Wow.
Because baby, we're not just in America. You can claim wherever you want to be anytime. I don't care. Get a passport. Go find your love. But at the same time, don't put down us just because you feel like you've had some rejection. Deal with rejection. Heal. Go do your thing. We don't care.
And of course, we're not talking about all individuals who may travel out of the country. But Priscilla, for those who may be taking advantage of women out there and then trying to humiliate Black women in America, your thoughts about that?
I think it's really, really sad. Like I look at them and I almost want to pity them, but then I don't, because there's a level of ignorance that's deplorable. I'm glad to use that word today. I think that they are taking advantage, at least from what they project themselves to be as a group. They're taking advantage of gender gaps and economic opportunities that are not there in these other countries that are present for us in America, in the States, in Canada, in Scandinavia, all over the world, and not even thinking back to the history of why are women and people made to be so independent in this country today. And there's so many factors that they shove to the side for their preferences and trying to deem it a movement, which is so disappointing to hear. The civil rights movement was a movement. You know, anti-apartheid movement was a movement. So I'm thinking of passport bros like, this is a shame. You could really take advantage of your opportunity to educate people on how to get a passport, to go overseas, travel the world, and to learn, and not just make it be about sex. And the fact that now you're putting this stigma on people and Black people in America. that is literally mushing us down. I hate that I said mushing, couldn't find a better word right there.
Right.
But like
You know what
bringing us
mushing
down. Right. They all know. They know. But what does that
But to
do
hear
for our
really
perspective?
quick, talk some of them, not all of them, talk so badly about Black women in America, saying you guys are too bossy, you're too much, you're not feminine enough for them.
I think that sounds a lot to me like insecurities and the inability to seek what you want with what you have, where you are. That's what I really think about that. It almost disgusts me and is borderline gaslighting to sit here and treat American women, American Black women, and try to shut us down because we may be educated or have the ability to obtain certain finances and social status that we're not in other countries.
And you attract.
It's a shame.
What you put out there too.
It's a shame.
All right.
Like, don't put that on us. Yeah, don't put that on us.
Thank you, ladies, for joining us here.
So right there, guys, it's very clear what it is. Let me get back on camera.
Thoughts, guys?
Yeah. I don't find like the first second lady, she was cool. The first lady, she was like, I'm not checking for them anyway, and then had a problem with it. So I kind of feel like the whole news wasn't very like honest perspective on it, really. I get it. She's like, oh, they're not checking for y'all anyway. And then like, why don't you just do it here? So I'm just like, that's kind of like it's kind of like a gender war that's kind of kind of useless between Black men and Black women. Like, I feel like there's just furthering the divide even more because it's kind of a played out stereotype, honestly. Because it's like, all right, somebody left and went like to a different country. All right, cool. That they're out of your like dating pool. Why does it matter? They're not bothering you. Why does it matter?
Right.
I mean,
Yes, and I was going to add on and say, when Democratic leader and incumbent mayor of New York City, Mamdani, Zohar Mamdani, is in seat in office in January 2026, one of his promises was legalizing prostitution,
that's sick.
sex workers.
That's sick.
I think the only promise that he's able to probably come across without difficulty probably will be that.
Yeah.
So I want people to pay attention that
means that America's being third world now. If we're gonna be Brazil,
mm,
I already told you the dollar's trash. If we're openly allowing prostitution, that tells you the economy's trash.
Well, no, but because prostitution is legal in Las Vegas as well.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it right or good. I'm just saying,
No,
like
here's the
in New
thing,
York
but-
City, in the largest city in the world,
Hold on. Does Las Vegas look like Brazil?
I don't know. I've never actually bought anything in Vegas other than just going to like a work event. But I know Vegas is like the place.
I remember when New York City was a shithole. Okay, because they used to have all types of XXX, like this, that, the other, and this, blah blah blah, going peep shows and this, that, the other. The whole Times Square didn't look how it looked right now. It looked like a whole bunch of sex work. Period. Times Square was the whole stroke. Okay,
It would ruin Times Square,
yeah. So
especially for the kids. It wouldn't make it family friendly.
Yeah, you couldn't go down to Times Square and like bring your kids. I mean, the only thing you could do is like probably the Apple drop during New Year's Eve, and you have to hurry up out of there because the pimps and the hoes would start kicking in. But so I'm just saying is that, like, I believe, and I'm not. I would say this is that if New York were to do that, I don't think that would be, because people are doing it anyway. If you go to DC. And me growing up in DC, we had 14th Street. 14th Street, which still exists right now, is a common host room. You have Harry Hines here in Dallas. In New York, I'm not sure where
Shout
they
out
go.
Dallas. Harry Hines was never as bad as it was last year. That was sad to see.
I don't even like. I've never been to Harry Hines, but I've just heard about it. But I know that Harry Hines.
I live in the Addison area, so I used to drive through there going out west. And last year it was in the daytime. Like you'd be driving at like noon, and it's already just like streets filled. It was sad.
Yeah, I live in like Mesquite, so I'm like,
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I don't, one thing about Dallas is that when you're in your little area,
Yeah, you stay in your area. Yeah.
Can I?
You don't really go nowhere else, but like in that little area, everything's right there for you. I live right by Townies Mall. Like I don't even have to like go nowhere.
Yeah,
But
shut up.
I've heard about like Harry Hines. I've seen it on I can see it online. It's crazy. But like, go ahead. What were we gonna say, Harry?
I'm
But
sorry,
Harry Hines.
I gotta leave really quick. My daughter finna come pick me up. But let me say this really fast before I go. 'Cause look, I appreciate you letting me on like always. And it is a great dialogue. But I did want to say first, one I wanted to throw in that New York is sinking, y'all.
Yeah.
And because of all these catastrophic floods and everything, Genesis, I want to come back and I want to talk about this. With all this catastrophic everything going on, I want everybody to pay attention to this because with the prostitution, I'm glad that the Reverend brought that in. Reverend Rock, because
Reverend Green,
with the
man in the high castle,
with everything being prostitution being legal, that's to be something on the taxes. So we can't really pay too much mind to that because this prostitution has been legal to a degree, some kind of way anyway, y'all.
True.
So y'all, that's in out of mindset, in and out of mind. It's been going on all this time. So the only thing it's gonna do is be part of a tax. Okay.
And that's actually bad because that's the government openly being a pimp even more.
Exactly, and that's the only thing that y'all gonna notice.
Come on, man. They already take our taxes all day anyway.
The only thing y'all gonna notice is for the taxes. So it's gonna knock out a pimp and bring up a hoe. And
A whole nother pimp. From
gotta
that
whoop
dude
that trick. It's gonna be tax that trick.
Go ahead and promote them hoes. Don't let the pimps keep getting all that money and let the hoes go ahead and make their money and pay taxes. So I'm not against it being legalized because I'm not for male exploitation of women. So
No,
yeah.
I'm against it. I'm against it because you'll have like I said, I lived in Brazil, and like I said, it's legal there.
Come on, because it's
but
legal.
it's not good for society. Like you can tell.
Canada is 45 minutes from Detroit, 2 hours from North Dakota, where I'm at. And again, y'all, I just want to throw that out there real quick because I do got to leave. But peace to the panel, and this was a great conversation. And I hope y'all have a great holiday, whatever holy day, whatever y'all want to say. Season's greetings to all of y'all. And I'll be back later if you come back on later. And I'll see
you too, sister. Happy
New
Year's.
Sure. Much love. Much love. Thank you, Sakina.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, they said that they use that model in Holland. See, I'm gonna say this. I would prefer it to be legalized. That way you don't have all that like illegal aspect of people getting killed and this, that, and the other. And then they could probably make it more safer. In Las Vegas, prostitution is legal. And they have people make sure they wear condoms and all types. There's like rules and everything like this. But right now, what's going on, like in the back corner of a dump truck, in a right next to the dumpster, you know what I'm saying? When wherever you can pull off to, that's where you get the weird stuff.
Realistically, though, all of that does is like, how do I put this in the nicest way? Like, for example, like if it's legal, you can't. The only reason they're mad at the passport bros, and then they're talking about legalize it here, is mad because they're taking their U.S. dollars somewhere else and spending it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only reason they're mad. If they legalize it like Mandami had and all the other stuff, you're for it here. That's no difference than Austin Holloman going there. And I'm not for Austin Holloman at all. I'm not. That's not my camp. That's the same thing. If you legalize it here, it becomes Brazil.
No, it doesn't. Let me tell you why. Because America is way more structured than Brazil. Let me put it like this. Do you know on 14th Street, which is a hostro, a very common one in Washington, D.C.
Have you lived in Brazil before?
No, I've lived in D.C., where 14th Street is, and I've lived in Dallas, where Harry Hines is. Now, and I've known pimps. You know what I'm saying? I've known people that were pimping out chicks, right? Now I'm gonna say this is that in D.C., the biggest hostro, 14th Street, and I think there's another one for the transgenders. Like 13th Street is transgender, 14th Street is like women. Most of those women are being pimped out by cops.
You said by cops?
Yes, the police.
Yeah, that makes sense because they get arrested probably and then released.
And then
on the
every once in
payroll.
a while they'll make them all like
Yeah.
leave that area, and then they'll come right on back. But do you know 14th Street is right up the street from the Capitol? Like it's literally like walking distance from like the U.S. Capitol. Man, but
Yeah.
you know what?
For my boy Billy.
Yeah. So and then, like I said, me being a DJ, the reason why I know about like some of this stuff. Well, one, growing up in DC, going to the arcade and seeing the hoes on the stroll. You know what I'm saying? As a 13-year-old kid, trying to go to the arcade on 14th Street, right down there where it used to be at, and then coming outside the arcade, there's like a whole bunch of hoes and stuff like that. And then, like being a DJ in DC and just seeing how the whole sex thing it's very like underground and this that the other. But I think that if you regulated it, it'd probably be a little bit more safer. People wouldn't be dying, like hoes and stuff wouldn't be dying, or probably whatever you want to call them. Sex workers wouldn't be getting killed by pimps and by Johns. I think it would make
It just manicures it the same industry. It manicures it to make it look legit. Because like I said, they're only really mad because people are taking resources. They're not mad at the white man for taking resources out. They're always highlight Austin Holloman or like Floyd or all the black guys that are taking the resources and telling other black men to take resources out. The only reason I even got interested in traveling, honestly, was in 2021, like the other brother said, during the pandemic, I had graduated from college. I paid off all my student loans, but by the time that I paid it off, the prices of houses, I'm in Dallas, went from like 300,000 to 700,000. From a town called Rockwall. You can literally look. It says starting at 800,000. So I'm like, why the hell would I continuously stay in this country that doesn't treat us well? They always want to like we always the hardest workers in every company. Always like I've got promoted multiple times, doing all this stuff. Rat race, no appreciation at all. And that's not even leaving for women per se. It's a better lifestyle because it's legitimately like we always want to talk about how like really the LGBTQ community was pushed by Obama, and they really use a black man to feminize the entire black community by pushing all of that instead of actually doing things what he said he was going to do. And then he rolled out all the stuff that he did.
So if you were to choose a country that you would go to, which country would you go to?
Honestly, like the U.S., I would split my time evenly, 6 months and 6 months. I like the U.S. I like Brazil. I'm not leaving U.S. because I have nothing going on for myself. Like, yeah, that's all I'm saying. I like it for the peace of mind. America's a rat race.
Because I promote Pan-Africanism, I get a lot of flack on my channel because of and they're like, well, that means, well, why don't you just go move over to Africa? Well, honey, of course I'm not going to just move 100% over to Africa. That would be crazy. If anything, I'm going to be a global in my business mindset. So, do you think that we should adopt a global business mind, or should we only just stick to America?
I say you pick. I think it depends on. That's a great question. I think it depends on your individual situation, honestly, because everybody's financial situation is different. Everybody's there. But I say if you're thinking about moving the country, save enough for when you leave, you don't have to ever come back. Because honestly, as a U.S. citizen, you're going to have to pay taxes regardless of where you go, unless you renounce your citizenship.
Well, I would say you're saying that you would go like 6 months here and 6 months back. Why does it have to be all or nothing?
Because in order to actually get the tax benefits, I'd have to renounce my U.S. citizenship and then become a full. That's what I mean. Like, I'd love countries. I don't want to denounce my citizenship to the U.S., the country that's cool. Like, I know we have hit problems and whatever, but it's the best place to actually try to make some money for right now until things happen. But really, it's really like, I live in Texas, so you got a new car is 50, 60,000. A new house, like, come on, like, what's the quality of life? I'm 27 years old. Like, a lot of people in Gen Z, like, I'm fortunate I had a good career and I'm working and got money saved. I don't have any student loan debt. But that's not the situation for 90% of Gen Z. So they don't really, what future? I'm not being nihilistic, but I'm looking at options like Brazil and other places where you can at least own some land and have a family. Right now in America,
Well, can
Like
you
for
own
me,
land? You probably can own land more in America than you can overseas. You have to like marry someone. You know, you probably can do it in South
true,
America, but you can't do
true.
it.
But in Texas, I mean, I'm gonna be paying 7-8 grand in property tax every year, even if I own the thing outright. So, I mean, you get benefits regardless of where you live. I mean,
Well, you know what? When I bought my houses, because I've been homeless before, I bought them because I was like, never again will someone be able to kick me out because I was
yeah,
a month in rent, you know, or 2 months in rent, and go through that rigmarole. You know what I'm saying? Now
yeah,
I'll take hook or crook because I'm gonna do every little like loan modification, the
Mhm.
forbearance, this, that, blah, blah. And it could take them up to 5 to 6 years to kick me out of my home. That's the main thing is that I was really realizing like the best way to not be homeless is to own. But but here's another thing. One thing I did notice about Texas, and you know what, today, it was my first time door dashing. I've never being a software engineer, I've always like been like bougie about doing something like this.
yeah,
But I said, you know what, I'm broke. Let me go ahead and
yeah.
door dash.
Drop your pride and do that. Yeah,
And I did it, and I was like, oh my god, because I got to see the back ends of Texas, like Balch Springs, the
oh yeah,
Siegel.
you're out in the cut. You're out in the cut.
Yeah, because I live in Mesquite, right on
Yeah,
the
yeah. That's
corner.
south of Mesquite. Yeah, yeah. I'm familiar.
Yeah, so you go over there and you go down them roads, and it's like trailer park, trailer park, trailer parks,
Yeah,
and they are having a blast on Christmas, honey. You know how many it was a lot of Mexicans over there in those trailer parks, and then
yeah,
you'll see a bunch of trailer parks, and then it'll open up in the homes, and you're like, what the hell is going on here? And the streets are just like 2-lane streets, and it's like, what is this? And I was like, oh my God. Now I know really now that, I can't do that at night no more, but because it was
yeah,
very frightening. Because driving at night in that area, because people are drunk as hell during Christmas, so I think it's
yeah.
frightening. But
Especially that community that lives in Ball Springs.
Broad Springs,
Yeah, they
Seagoville,
get lit
all
on the
that
beer. I
it
used to
was
live in
crazy.
Rockwall. I'm from that area, so I feel you.
Yeah. So I got to like see the whole booty hole of Texas over there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So I was like, wow. But and here's the thing is because one thing about Texas, you be very isolated in your little area and not even know that these things exist outside of your area because you could just like you're in this little, because
yeah,
I was
bubble.
in
Yeah,
Garland and Mesquite, and then at one point I lived in like a Hillcrest area, like that
yeah,
area.
yeah. Up a
So I
little
never
north.
got
Yeah,
to
yeah,
really see the how crazy it can look. Like in Dallas got like some little outskirts and like the hills have eyes type of stuff.
yeah.
So but
And
I
that's my
was
thing. I just say like go where you're treated best for a long-term plan. Like I don't think escapism. I think a lot of people view. I think a bigger issue that come out of this situation is a lot of people view travel content as escapism from America versus like just enjoying the content and then finding an interest and then going themselves. Because I found that way of like, I don't know. Some people don't travel. Some people don't even leave their neighborhood ever. So I feel like it's really just like your trade-offs and what you want to build, where you want to see yourself rooted. And maybe I'm a little jaded because I graduated from college 5 years ago and it's been turbulent. Like I don't see like me staying at a company for 30 years like my parents did, like in the same city like my parents did. So to me, buying a house for me personally, everybody's different. It is smart to buy a house. I'm not saying it's not. But yeah, until I actually figured out where I wanted to live long term, and I'm not married, I don't have kids yet. So I just was like, hey, let me see all the options I have before I explore and purchase something.
well, me coming from Michigan, where everybody kind of like where Michigan is like more like neighborhoods where people have houses.
Yeah.
Coming into Texas and living in like apartments and seeing how nosy everybody is, and then the stark difference from when you own a house, everybody like minds their own business. I mean, damn near to
Yeah,
the
yeah.
point. Like if they're cutting their lawn, they will not cut past that property line.
Yeah, they cut right up there, or else they might become your property. Yep.
They cut that. They had a razor blade. They would like only like they would take like scissors and just like, okay, that's my property line. That's it.
You're
I'm
not
not gonna.
lying.
they are very like, no, I'm not fixing to cut your. There's no in Michigan though. They will cut, shovel up your snow. They're cutting your lawn. They'll cut yours too. Like, but here it's like, no, I'm cutting my grass. That's it. So Texas is a very like whatever the family is very individualistic. It's not very unified.
Correct. And everything, and you've noticed this because, like you said, you moved to Texas. So you're not a Texas native, but you're a Texas native because you live here now. You're on the road constantly. Like, it's the only place where you can drive all day. Like, I'm being serious. Like, go from Garland to Mesquite. You can't walk there. You know what I mean? You have to get on it. So it's just like, to me, that's one of the reasons for being a Dallas native that I was like, even if I go to a big city, I went to Sao Paulo. That's walkable, that's public transit, and I live downtown for $650 a month. So I'm like, you can't even find for $650 a month in Dallas, Texas. You probably be in a trailer park.
In a hotel room.
No, for a month, you'd probably spend $2,000 on a hotel. I mean, unless you're at a value place. I don't see anything in Dallas that's cheap anymore. Like, actually to build up wealth, and unless you're actually established.
Maybe a room in like a shelter.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, so you have to live with roommates. Like, who the heck at 25, 26? You know what I mean? That's people's situations, but it's like, that's not an American dream. That's an American nightmare.
Keep in mind, second quarter, 2026, the Texas Stock Exchange grand opening in Dallas.
Yep, in Dallas. So all the rich people from New York are moving there.
Yes. And so getting back to Brazil New York City turning into a Brazil, third world, like, this is what people may not grasp. All these movements like 4B movement, a lot of these OnlyFans, a lot of these movements.
They don't promote any like regular women. That's actually the thing that's probably hurting Americans the most. You don't actually see, like, the ladies I'm talking to on the panel actually seem like they have some class and grace. But like when you go on Instagram, you don't see anybody with class and grace. So it also feeds your mind that every woman's a hoe, every guy's a passport bro. You know what I mean? We're stuck in our echo chambers. Keep going, brother.
So I was, I'm in my 40s, however, early 40s, and I as a young teenager who was sexually active too early, I remember seeing Stacey Dash and Clueless. Lo and behold, she's on OnlyFans right now,
Right now.
But I never thought there would be a time in my life where you could probably pull up on a celebrity that was downgraded or out of their prime, pull up to them at a bar and buy them a drink, and then they're yours for momentarily.
Holloman. Yeah.
Right. It's
American Holloman. Yeah.
It's one of these things, like, so I don't blame the younger crowd doing what they're doing, but without guardrails that's how they decided to do it. They didn't recognize. I don't think if there were guardrails, and before, it's because people were more reserved about it. But when they made this stuff public, they were acting without guardrails, and unfortunately, it's like time out, everybody out the pool. It has to be regulated.
That's true. The passport bro movement, I guess that's what it's called, is that exposed the underbelly in a lot of these different cultures that it obviously exists. Like even the girls that fly to Dubai that aren't Muslim, and then they get in, I'm just like a lot of people from the world. So it's like social media, it's kind of sad because it doesn't push like normal relationships. Like, you know what I mean?
I know what you mean, because it's like
I'm gonna play this real quick.
All the girls that fly to Dubai are just as bad as the passport bros. Like, that's a very expensive flight. Like, that's actually more debaucherous if you really know what they're doing.
Far
they're
more.
Flying to Dubai just to get paid and then fly all the way back to
a potty mouth or whatever. A potty.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Yeah.
So let's go into this. So let's do this as a final thing, and we're gonna wrap it up. But let's go.
2015, I was on my way to Poland from Sacramento, California, and I came across a YouTube channel called The Charles Tyler Show. Now, The Charles Tyler Show, aka The Black Man's Option, he was a brother from Philadelphia living in Rio de Janeiro, and he was telling black men to get their passports and come to Brazil. He was the framework for the Passport Bros, and within his community, I would meet other people, such as Taylor Made Dreams, but more importantly, Aaron Ferris. By the time I met Aaron Ferris, he was not really a YouTuber. He was a subscriber, but he was involved with Charles Tyler's group, and he was also inspired to go to Brazil. While Charles Tyler is credited as the architect of the Passport Bro ideology, Aaron Ferris would be credited with coming up with the term Passport Bros. And at this time, it was a term specifically made for Black American men leaving the United States, finding love elsewhere. At this particular time, the three major countries that you would find these people would be Colombia, Dominican Republic, and Brazil. But there was a problem. The Passport Bros didn't have the same kind of heavyweight content creators that we had in the Black Manosphere. Now, don't get me wrong, the Passport Bros are a offshoot or a umbrella of the Black Manosphere, but they kind of just had a whole bunch of guys, on streams talking about their issues. And after the death of Kevin Samuels, Austin Holloman would become more popular, and so would the Passport Bros. They would sort of fill part of the void that Kevin Samuels left behind, although their ideas were diametrically opposed to each other. And while Austin Holloman was traveling the world, he would meet up with another guy by the name of Floyd Wallace. He's the guy that's arrested in Brazil for what.
Damn.
Austin Holloman would find himself in trouble for basically being accused of asking inappropriate questions to Brazilian women, which would cause him to leave town immediately. Austin Holloman would eventually leave the Passport Bros himself, and then would have ideological differences with the founder of the Passport Bros, Aaron Ferris. Fast forward. Sorry about that long history. It's kind of what I needed to do to make the video make sense.
He's right,
Floyd Wallace Jr. would be arrested in Brazil for what. And the whole Passport Bro community would be in shock. In fact, it was Aaron Ferris, aka BMT Live's channel, who broke the story. And the story was travel YouTuber Floyd arrested in Brazil.
What?
Now, you see, Aaron Ferris loves Passport Bros. He created the brand. So look at how he's titling the video. Travel YouTuber Floyd arrested in Brazil. The reason why he's doing that is because he doesn't want Floyd Wallace to be associated with the Passport Bros. He also understands that in Brazil, they had a bad situation in which Austin Holloman made some mistakes there. And Aaron Ferris was kind of pissed off about that. He doesn't want anybody else destroying the brand. But what did Austin Holloman do? Austin Holloman would make a video called Passport Bros in Brazil with 6-year-olds.
Damn.
Instead of saying travel YouTuber or Passport Bro or Black American guy, he said Passport Bros. So basically, Passport Bros, more than one guy, was messing with 6-year-olds when it was only one guy that got arrested. And he gives some explanation.
And then here's even worse. Sexual exploitation. According to the investigation, the man is part of the movement called the Passport Bros. formed by criminals who use economic power to exploit social vulnerabilities of Latin America and Southeast Asia. In his social media post, he declared himself a sex tourist. And this is why you saw me disassociate myself from the Passport Bro movement. Because listen, I have stated many times, especially when the whole Jay Rillo thing happened, the Passport Bros should have been a fraternity. That way, when you have somebody that wants to beat on women or be an international drug dealer or be a pedophile, you can automatically say, this person that hasn't paid their membership is not in our database. So that's not one of us.
So the biggest argument that Austin Holloman has here is that Passport Bros has no way of filtering different people in and out of the community. So because there is no filtering way to create this fraternity to make this more exclusive, problems like this happen. But Aaron Ferris was not having it.
This anyway, because once I saw Austin's response in his videos, and him labeling the title that he labeled it, saying Passport Bros plural, were caught doing that horrific thing in order to play, social politics is what he's playing at a very horrendous time.
Now, this is a strong point because he's saying, Austin, you are putting Passport Bros in Brazil with 6-year-olds when it was only one person that did that. So why did you classify the entire community Passport Bros, especially a community that you used to be very big in? Now you're putting the whole Passport Bros there out in the title, and that's not the best time to put us out there because you still have some black men out there, and I'm just expounding what he's saying, living in Brazil, going to Colombia, and then you put Passport Bros out there. But then he comes back with this.
I thought about it right after I did the stream, and I was like, well, if he wasn't associated with Austin and the so-called Passport Bros in the beginning, he would just be a random sick individual getting caught up doing some sicko shit, right? But because he was kind of ushered into the space, right? He was popularized by Austin. That's where the unfortunate association kind of comes with. Now, all these guys I've said, they are not Passport Bros.
Woo! So he says, listen, Austin, you're trying to say that the Passport Bros are caught with these chicks in Brazil, but you are the one that introduced Floyd to the community.
Damn.
And wait a minute. I had to do my research, although I already kind of knew what the answer was, but this is what Austin said.
And if you guys don't know, Floyd was in several of my videos, and we all know that Floyd was very, very cringy and very strange. And I'm telling you from hanging out in person with him, very strange. I would have never thought nothing like that, but it's also not shocking.
So Austin Holloman himself admits that, yes, he knew Floyd. He did videos with Floyd. And Austin's not a guy that shies away from mistakes. He's pretty honest. And this is something that Austin said directly when the video started. I know the guy, and I knew something was off with him, but I didn't never think that he would go this far. And I largely do believe him. But that doesn't take away from what Aaron Ferris is trying to say.
Really don't know what somebody's intentions are. And I'm not going to put that on Rello or Austin that they knew what type of time this guy was on. All right. People hide shit like that, from other people. Like, we don't know these people for sure. You never know somebody. You don't even know half the time. You don't even know the person in the bed that you sleep in. You don't even know that person 100% fully. People are sneaky. People are devious, bro. So I'm not putting this out here, all right, to associate Rello or Austin or anybody else with the individual acts of what this sicko Floyd did.
There's more.
That's what I'm not doing. I'm saying, for a guy like Austin to put the title Passport Bros are messing with 6-year-olds in Brazil. All right. In order for clicks and views, in order to continue to disassociate and then reassociate back with the terminology Passport Bros is wrong, and I'm here to call it out. All right. Why would you put a heinous title like that in order for shock value and clicks and views? Why would you put that term? And people associate you with Passport Bros more than they do me.
So he argues again the same point. This is horrific. This is heinous. All right. And I'm not associating whatever Jay Rello did in Kenya, because if you know, there was a situation that happened in Kenya. Austin Holloman is now in Kenya, very popular. Jay Rello wanted to come to Kenya, and Jay Rello is very problematic. But again, Jay Rello should not represent all of the Passport Bros. And Austin Holloman did take some heat from Jay Rello coming to Kenya. And even though Austin Holloman had nothing to do with that, but in response to what he is saying, and I'm talking about Aaron Ferris, is that you associated all of us with what happened in Brazil. Aaron Ferris doesn't stop, though. He continues on with his assault.
Yeah. Most people thought he was a weirdo, and that's why Buddy was, Austin was kind of parading him around like that. He was kind of using him like,
taking advantage of him. Exactly.
Aaron says he knew that the guy was weird. I'm talking about Floyd. But yet Austin Holloman brought him on his channel because he knew that Floyd was weird. He knew that Floyd would get views. So basically, he was using him knowing that he was a weirdo. And again, I can't prove this or prove this for Austin. I'm not sure. But this is something that he's accusing Austin of. But this is something that I would widely agree.
The term is in that term, but it's going to stay around. It's not going to stop. All right. It's beyond viral. All right. It is what it is. It's like calling somebody a tourist at this point or an expat. Passport Bro is basically a single man that travels.
Creator of the term, Aaron Ferris, has said something that's very powerful. The term is now mainstream. And basically, that means a single man that travels. Now, first, when it came about, if you look at our predecessor, who was Charles Tyler, he had a page called The Black Man's Option. That was one of the Facebook groups also, and that was a part of his YouTube channel. Now, Passport Bros means something different. It could even be classified as white people can use the term Passport Bros. I've seen them cling on to it. I've seen American tourists cling on to it. And so now it can mean anything. And to Austin's point, that's the problem. It means so many things because there is not a lot of organized framework. So when there is not a lot of...
Do you think this is the same thing as woke being taken by the Republican Party? Like how now they're using woke and now that's like a new term for just woke ideology, right? But we used to have woke as like, oh, okay, I'm woke. But now in the Republican and like the whatever in politics, woke is meaning something negative. It's interesting.
Organized framework, then what happens is that anybody can just join it. And here's what Aaron Ferris could have never thought. Aaron Ferris would have never thought that Passport Bros would take off like it did. Passport Bros became even bigger, if not more notable than the Black Manosphere community, which is crazy because you had guys like me, you had guys like Kevin Samuels, you had guys like the Angry Man, guys like Obsidian, the dating coaching guys. Out of that community comes, the lead attorney, Pocket Watcher with JT, indirectly the room. There's a whole bunch of different talented dudes that came through there. And yet Passport Bros is not just an ideology and framework. It is a lifestyle. But Aaron Ferris had no idea that it would become like this. And so with no real person saying that they're the leader, with no real person having rules, anybody could attach to the framework and the hashtag, and it makes everybody look bad who had it. And then one mistake makes everybody look terrible. Now, here's something else that we got to talk about. The Passport Bros in framework grew largely out of frustration. This is the same thing that killed the Black Manosphere, where you have guys who are in a community because they are fed up with how things are, and so they're going to execute another move. And this is exactly what the Passport Bros did, in my opinion. Charles Tyler's framework was the beginning. We saw our iteration with Taylor Made Dreams in Dominican Republic, then Aaron Ferris in his own iteration, and then we've also seen it go to a younger generation, and that's what Austin Holloman did. Before we saw Passport Bros, the age of Charles Tyler show, he was like in his mid-50s, Russell, then a little bit younger Aaron Ferris. Now we're getting guys in the mid-20s now. So, and that's where the mistakes are coming from. They're coming from largely guys under 30. And so now the issue is you trade notoriety and publicity for people who are under 40. When you look at Al Grease is frustrated in the first batch of black men traveling overseas. These guys were firefighters. These guys were professional business owners. These guys were, very wealthy, had homes in the United States. And, in order to travel to Brazil, even in the 80s or 90s with the legendary Mr. John, you had to be a black man that was doing very well. Now you got guys in the Passport Bro community who are literally begging for cash apps, having live streams, begging for money to go to these places. And of course, those are the guys that make mistakes. Look at the guys who made the last two mistakes. Jay Rello, beg for money. Floyd Wallace, beg for money. So the community of the Passport Bro guys who support these guys and give them money to go have to also be blamed. Now, is Austin Holloman to blame for the title of the Passport Bros? I can see what Aaron Ferris is saying, especially since they had a relationship and Austin was in the community. Could Austin have titled that video better? Yes, absolutely. He could have changed that to Passport Bro or somebody else, but the damage had already been done. And the damage that was done was not really, in my honest opinion, Austin's fault. I don't even think that Aaron Ferris of BMT is even blaming Austin for that. He's just saying that, look, you brought the guy into the community. Now you don't want to claim him. So, I mean, hey, what do you think about that? But the reality is that you have these people writing up about Passport Bros, calling them predators, and that's because of the mistakes that these guys did. And that's what happens when you don't have framework. And when the framework isn't tight enough, you get anybody that can attack to your framework, and you have problems because they are not vetted. And this can continue to happen. Then you have a younger generation of people who are coming in from, you don't know where they're coming from. Guys like Floyd who have some kind of mental problems. And the Passport Bros, I think, are having a tough time. Those who want to associate, those who no longer want to associate. And the civil war in the Passport Bro community is brewing, just like how we had it in the Black Manosphere community. And again, the framework must be reattached. But I think that it's just too late now. There's so many divisions of Passport Bros, and there's so many guys doing their own thing that the community is just not controlled. And, unfortunately, I honestly feel that a lot of the good guys in the community took a loss for some of the terrible guys in the community. But guys, what do you think? It's your boy, O'Shea Jackson, back at it again.
All right. So we're about to wrap this up. So I put the thing so it sounds like that there is a person that named it, but the fact that they did not have a framework, they did not have a specific marching order, a specific, they have a movement, but they don't have a exact thing. And I think that also could this could also be a situation that could also happen with FBA, but that's a whole nother conversation. Like younger people that are just latching on to the ideology could do some old wild stuff, and FBA gets blamed for it, and then now you're saying, well, no, that's not FBA. Let's have some final words.
Well, this is a great show, DJ Genesis, once again. For those in the frequency and in the live chat, or those who are going to catch the replay, hit the like button, share and subscribe. My thoughts on all this is that, yes, there needs to be guardrails on a lot of things and parameters. Vetting. I do think that vetting needs to be utilized much more. And it's almost like how Parliament Funkadelic had one of their albums called America Shall Eat Their Young. And the act of cannibalism or cannibalizing certain older entities is in a full effect. You have these young ones who don't adhere to parameters or guardrails. And if they were vetted, perhaps these things would be more appropriate, more sophisticated. Also, the term woke, it was used as a conscious effort, but it was co-opted. It was co-opted when it became all about social justice. And then it got co-opted again and turned into it's an adjective like black. You are black. You're woke, the woke. And woke essentially is anything that is not white. In so many aspects. And yes, I'm not for the social justice. And I'm not for all the whiningness, and this stuff has gotten out of hand. And that's exactly what happened to Pan-Africanism. You have to trademark these things. And I believe when you trademark these things, you're curving the deliberate sabotage in the agent provocateurs that are coming around. Where are your people from? The delineation movement is a movement. FBA is a lineage. Counter racism is the code. Once a lot of these olders understand what's really going on, y'all being downgraded. Y'all been downgraded. The old paradigm is shifting into the new. FBA is here to stay. It's not FBA versus African or Caribbean. It's FBA versus everybody. Get the lingo correct. God bless. God bless America.
Thank you. Black Cleaner, what are your words? What do you want to say?
Speaking to be, because I'm both FBA and I am Passport, bro. And I agree with some of the things that Brother Man was saying in terms of, you know, there needs to be guardrails, but the reason why it wasn't trademarked or made into a fraternity was the same reason that Tariq Nasheed said that FBA is a lineage and not an organization or movement, because they're not trying to make people martyrs. See, when you make an organization and you have a leader, okay, that leader has, you can put a target on that leader's back. So that's why they're saying there aren't no leaders. There's a code. That's what he was just talking about. There's two types of leadership. Okay, there's the buffalo style of leadership, where there's a head buffalo and the rest of the buffalo follow the head buffalo. And if the head buffalo goes over the cliff, the rest of the buffalo follow. And then there's the bird style of leadership, where all of the birds know where they're going. They all understand the agenda. We're flying south for the winter, but they just have one bird that takes the point, and then all of the birds fly in formation behind that lead bird. But when that lead bird gets tired, they switch. The lead bird, flies to the back, and then another bird takes point. And the reason that they have the bird at the point is to be able to take all of the wind that is coming their way, so that their wings don't get tired. So these things that us as Black, because Aaron Ferris is also FBA. And that's another reason why they're trying to, and the people who created woke were FBA. Anything that we create, okay, they try to attack or co-opt. Why? Because they know the power of it. They know it's going to cultivate and elevate, us to a higher tier. And they don't want us in a higher tier. They want us right where they got us. They want their foot on our neck to keep us down because they rest their foundation is rested on us. Okay? And as long as they keep us in second-class citizenship, then they are able to thrive. So, but it's up to us to be able to realize that, and as Erykah Badu says, realize that you're 20 feet tall and stand up and be able to get over that wall. And that's the last thing I'm going to say about that. And I thank you for allowing me to speak on the panel. This has been a great panel, and I'll continue to subscribe and follow you.
Man, thank you. Well, I would to say that I brought this panel together because, hey, it's really about addressing the issues in our community and talking about them. I don't want to speak in the echo chamber. That's why I bring as many people and opinions up as I can. Please continue to support the show. Please like and subscribe to the show. Hey, if you can, send a Cash App. I'm gonna put my little Cash App back down here. Please go on ahead. $$ DJs in Detroit. If you can't do a Cash App, please send a super chat because I'm over here. It's 4 hours, almost 5 hours in. The other night I did a 9-hour live. That's the level of work I'm willing to do for the community. So I just hope that you guys appreciate the work that I'm doing to try to bring these subjects in and have a peaceful dialogue about them. Sometimes it might get heated, but for the most part, I really mean the best for my people. So much love to everybody and peace.
Trying to get it right. Transition. Changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission. Trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Making a transition. Making a transition. Making a transition. I'm on a mission. On a mission.